All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Tuesday, February 21st. We have 15 bills on the docket. We're going to start off with Senate Bill 700. We'll then go to 707, 708, and we'll hit Senator McKay with Senate Bill 385. We'll go to 340, 405, 428, 391, 409, 767, 656, and then we'll end with 858. So with that, we'll start off with Senate Bill 700, which is a departmental bill.
I don't see Mike Brady. So
Seeing the department is not here,
do you want to go?
we will go to,
Do you want to take McKay?
we'll still go to Senator McKay with Senate Bill 385. Senator McKay, you're up.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Senator Mike McKay presenting Senate Bill 385, Criminal Procedure Restitution Order Recording Fees. Very, very simple little bill being presented on behalf of our clerks. This bill will extend the waiver fee of a recording of an order of restitution to the courts in the state. This will ensure that any party who receives restitution during a judgment by the court will not have to pay a fee to record that order. Thank you very much. Look for a favorable report. I'd like to turn it over to my two witnesses, please. Very proud to have Ms. Dawn Lindsay from Allegheny County.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Vice Chairman Waldstreicher, and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 385. For the record, my name is Dawn Lindsay, Clerk of the Circuit Court for Allegheny County. The clerks of the Circuit Court support Senate Bill 385 because it closes a loophole in the waiver of recordation fees for orders of restitution. Currently, under Criminal Procedure Section 11-611, the court may not assess costs for recording or indexing a restitution order in the court in which the judgment was issued. That means that someone who receives an order of court that they are owed restitution do not have to pay to have that order recorded by the clerk. However, the current waiver of recordation fees specifically says that it only applies to the court in which the judgment was issued. It does not waive the recordation costs for the case in one county that may need to be recorded in another county. This recently came to the clerk's attention in a case in which an order of restitution was ordered against the defendant in a criminal case. But that defendant had property in another county, and the person who was owed the restitution wanted to enter a lien against that property. The victim who was owed the restitution was required to pay to have their order of restitution recorded only because it crossed county lines. The only change that Senate Bill 385 makes is to extend the waiver of recordation fee to an order of restitution issued by any court in Maryland, not just the court where the order was originally issued. The Circuit Court clerks hope you give a favorable report on Senate Bill 385, and we would like to thank Senator McKay for sponsoring this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Vice Chairman Waldstreicher, members of the committee. My name is Scott Poyer. I am the Clerk of the Circuit Court for Anne Arundel County. And on behalf of the clerks of the Circuit Court from throughout Maryland, we ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 385, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. And thank you to Senator McKay for sponsoring this bill.
All right, thank you very much. Good to see you both. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator McKay, and thank you both. Have a good one. And with that, that'll end the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 385. We'll now move back to the departmentals with Senate Bill 700.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Lieutenant Michael Brady with the Maryland State Police Government Affairs Unit. I appreciate you providing me this opportunity to speak before the committee in support of Senate Bill 700. The committee should also have a copy of our written testimony. Senate Bill 700 is going to prohibit an individual from copying, reproducing, or distributing the MSP badge, shoulder patch, shield, or other images for commercial use. Many of you are aware of the news stories from NBC4 out of DC, specifically of the MSP Shield being depicted on a challenge coin located on a offensive portion of a woman's body. There are also other coins out there that have similarly offensive subject matter. The coins are not only considered offensive to the department, but to the public in general, because we've received several calls. The department is powerless to stop the commercial reproduction and distribution, as the state police logo is not trademarked or copyrighted. The problem the department is facing is individuals are using the challenge coins with our logos or badges on them and distributing them. They're then considered offensive, and the population who doesn't know that they aren't sanctioned by the state police may think that they are. The department does acknowledge that everyone's entitled to their First Amendment right of expression, and the images of the department are public domain. We're not trying to prohibit a person from their expression, and certainly if they want to have a peaceful demonstration in which they create a poster, a t-shirt, a hat with our image, as long as it is not for commercial use, we support that. The department is trying to prevent the for-profit commercial use of our images without the express written consent of the superintendent. Currently, if a fraternal unit, our union, or a private company wants to use any of our images on their products, they can do so by making a written request to the superintendent. He deems whether or not the reason for the request and the impact on the department is suitable, and will make those, honor those requests. The department has spent the past 102 years of its existence building relationships with the community and fostering a sense of trust with the department's integrity. At a time when these issues are challenging to all police departments, the NMSP wants to ensure we continue to be held at this high standard. When the public sees one of these offensive uses of our images, they do not necessarily know they were not sanctioned by the department and realize they are in conflict with our core values. For these reasons, the department urges the committee to give a favorable report to Senate Bill 700, and I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lieutenant. We have a couple questions from the committee. I think I saw Senator Muse first, and then
Thank you, sir.
Just one question, and you can get back later. Well, two, actually, why, I think that, why would there be a 2-year imprisonment instead of 1? And is there a reason that I'm not aware of that it is criminalized to that extent that it's a possible 2-year?
I'll get back to you with those penalties.
If you had an amendment that said that, or if there's a reason that you would know better than I as to why you all settled on that number. I just wanted to know what it was.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a lawyer. This is a really technical pick, but current section E, to be section F, says a person may use the article described in subsection C with the appropriate authority of the Secretary of State Police. I'm wondering whether we don't want to add subsections C or E to that language. E is the one that says you can't, for commercial purposes, use the shield badge. I'm thinking of like movie companies, like Homicide. Remember the TV show Homicide? They showed lots of Baltimore City police officers. They may have showed some state police officers too. That's for commercial purposes because they're going to sell it. You would think that they should be able to get the authorization to use that. And to do that, we would have to change this last section to refer to subsections E or E, C or E. Don't you agree?
If I follow your.
Sorry.
Yes.
It's a very technical legal objection.
I think I understand what you're saying, and we're not trying to prohibit anybody from being able to use it as long as they're authorized to use it and use it in a manner that's consistent with our core values.
Right. I think committee counsel was listening to me, so he probably caught what I was saying. Thank you.
excellent. Additional questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
With that, that'll conclude the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 700. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 707.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Smith and members of the committee. I am Jason Mowbray, Chief Deputy State Fire Marshal. I'm currently assigned to our agency's headquarters where I'm responsible for the oversight and daily operations and administration of the State Fire Marshal's office. Today, it is my pleasure to offer verbal testimony to the committee in support of Senate Bill 707. This legislation seeks to amend the current law to specifically include police employees appointed as deputy state fire marshals relating to probationary periods and how promotion of these employees is handled. The current law lists these provisions for police employees has been interpreted to define police employees as troopers and not deputy state fire marshals. The goal is to clarify that police employees also include deputy state fire marshals. Deputy state fire marshals who are police employees are required to complete an average 6 month of basic police training to meet the minimum requirements of the Maryland Police Correctional Training Commission. Upon successful completion of basic training, the police employee is then required to complete a field training program to meet the commission requirements. This field training program is approximately 600 hours over the course of 15 weeks. After completion of this basic training and field training, deputy state fire marshals are then assigned to mandatory core technical training programs to be able to function as fire investigators or bomb technicians. The minimum training course for fire investigations is 2 weeks, and if applicable, bomb technician training is 6 weeks. Both programs can take 12 to 18 months to be placed into the training class. The time to complete this training far exceeds the 6-month provision for civilian employees. Due to the extensive time required for training of a police employee appointed as a deputy state fire marshal, a 6-month probationary period is not practical. It allows no time for thoughtful evaluation of a new employee or to provide a period for remedial training if required. This 2-year probationary period would ensure adequate time for evaluation, determination of completion of basic field and technical core training to perform the job functions of a police employee appointed to the Office of the State Fire Marshal. A 2-year probationary period is consistent for police employees within the department and existing agency policy and practices. The only other option is a 6-month probation for civilian employees within the department as provided by the Maryland Personnel and Pension Section 7402. After completion of this training and probationary period, police employees advance in rank. This promotion provides additional responsibilities to the employee and grants increased independent decision-making. Police employees appointed as deputy state fire marshals make a sharp increase in responsibilities upon promotion to supervisory and management ranks. Currently, these employees are subject to civilian increases restrictions, which result in the employee losing steps at a reduced salary increase. This restriction creates a disparity between the new promotion and the increase in responsibility and decision-making. The promotional increase is not commensurate with the expected duties of the employee, and at times the employee may decline promotional opportunity due to the predicted gap between responsibilities and wage increases. Currently within the department, police employees who are promoted to a higher rank are entitled to the pay specified for that rank at the same step they currently occupy. This legislation seeks to codify the existing practice of how promotions are handled for police employees to include deputy state fire marshals. The department has discussed this proposed legislation with Soyola, the bargaining unit, which represents the affected police officers, who has advised that they do not oppose provisions of this legislation. The Office of State Fire Marshal urges the committee to give Senate 707 a favorable report. Thank you for time to provide this testimony before the committee. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks. And with that, that'll end the hearing for Senate Bill 707. We'll now move on to the final departmental of the day, Senate Bill 708.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldenstrike, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Jinlene Chan. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Public Health Services with the Maryland Department of Health, here to discuss Senate Bill 708, providing access to criminal records for youth camp staff. I'm joined here with Dr. Cliff Mitchell, who is the Director of Environmental Health Bureau with the Maryland Department of Health, which oversees the youth camp licensing work across the state. We are asking for some slight changes to the criminal article to allow for the Maryland Department of Health to have access to the records through the DPSCS as well as FBI. This is a requirement of current state law that governs youth camp licensing, including all staff who work for youth camps. And so what this bill would allow is access for the Maryland Department of Health for those records, which is something that has been indicated to us by both DPSCS and the FBI that is needed, is a needed change in Maryland state law to permit this new procedure to take place for licensing to occur. I would like to now turn it over to Dr. Mitchell, who can discuss some of the particulars as it impacts our youth camp licensing programs. Thank you for your attention to this, and we look forward to a favorable report. After Dr. Mitchell's testimony, we are happy to answer any questions. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Chan, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee, thank you. I'm Clifford Mitchell, the Director of the Environmental Health Bureau at the Maryland Department of Health, here on behalf of the department for Senate Bill 708. As Dr. Chan indicated, just to give you a little bit of rationale for this, previously, all youth camp staff who had contact with children, like other staff of agencies who have contact with children, were required to receive, their employers were required to have on file criminal history record checks, both from the state and from the federal government. For a number of years, since the youth camps legislation was first written, that has been, the process for that has been that the youth camps have been getting those criminal history record checks for federal criminal history record checks from the federal government through the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services Criminal Justice Information System. DPSCS has informed us that due to federal law, private entities are not allowed to receive those directly, the federal criminal history record checks, and only a government agency, which is the licensing agency for those entities, is allowed to receive from DPSCS the federal criminal history record checks. So if this legislation is enacted, it would authorize the department, specifically in Health General, our statute, to receive those criminal history record checks and then be able to pass on not the substance, but whether or not there was any flag in that check for camps that are hiring specific staff. This would be a change for the camps themselves, but would allow the camps to receive the results of those checks. With that, I ask for a favorable report and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm just curious what kind of safeguards you're going to have in place for these records if they're to come into your department's possession. I do remember it's just a couple of years ago you all were subject to a ransomware attack, and so I'm just curious.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We have previously been audited by the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services for records which we do receive for a few of the staff already for summer camps. And we have locked file cabinets for those. We receive those electronically securely. We will continue to do that and to comply with all of the requirements imposed by both the FBI and the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. We are also now moving to an electronic format, which is cloud-based, which will allow us to have more security over those records.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you all. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Next we'll hear from Adrian Muldrow and Miss Mickey. Come on up. Is Adrian here? Sarah, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Mickey. I'm the Deputy Director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, which oversees the Jewish Community Federation of Baltimore and all of its agencies, including our JCCs and our JCAMs. We're here today for informational testimony on SB 708 because we have a few questions and concerns. I talked to Cliff yesterday and he was very helpful, but just on the record, so right now we understand there's a new federal law. We have to comply with it. Our concerns are the feasibility of doing it in a timely manner so that camps can actually function. So right now, camps hire the vast majority of their staff in May and June. Camps also start in June. Right now, the procedure is they get the information back from federal CJIS, so they know right away whether or not they can hire an employee. Our concern is the turnaround time it's going to take the department when tens of thousands of camp counselor and volunteer applications are all being done in those basically 2 months of the year. Right now, we have a similar process we do for early education for MSDE, and those can take weeks and weeks, sometimes a month more to get those results back. Camps won't be able to function if it's going to take months to get this information back from the Department of Health. So we're asking potentially for an amendment that would allow kind of saying you have, 3 days to get this information back so that camps can function. They won't be able to otherwise. We also have concerns about staffing for this position because this position will basically be only a few months of the year. We know there are always concerns with temporary or contractual workers within the state. So if someone gets hired and then finds a full-time position 2 weeks later, how's that going to, affect our camps and being able to staff them? And then a last question I had actually, which I didn't talk to Cliff about because I just found out, was whether or not current camp staff who are continuing camp staff who've gone through CJIS before federally, whether or not they're kind of grandfathered in because they're going to still be able to get information on them, or if they have to now go through this new process with all these continuing camp counselors. So that's just information.
Do you have an amendment? Is it within your testimony or is it?
It just suggests it's not
Got it.
like specific. Yeah,
Conceptual. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. We'll definitely take a note of it.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good to see you. Seeing no further questions, that'll end the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 708. We'll now move to Senate Bill 340 with Senator Kagan.
See, I think the vice chair is going to join me, if that's okay. Thank you. When you're ready, Mr. Chair. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. And I have to acknowledge that my mayor of Gaithersburg is in the audience. So welcome Mayor Judd Ashman and Tom Lonergan-Seeger, who helps with the advocacy for the city of Gaithersburg in Annapolis. Today is 911 day. I have 3 of my 4 911 bills up today. 2 of them are here. I want to give an enormous shout out to your vice chair and our colleague, Senator Jeff Waldstreicher, who really helped lead the way and help pull together a task force that complemented the work of the 911 Commission that I chaired for the past 4 years. And this is like one of the cooler things I've ever done. So I got to hold up my report, which if you need bedtime reading, feel free to let me know. Swatting is a crime, and in Maryland, we don't treat it enough as such. There's a crisis, and people are calling in fake emergencies to 911 centers. They are often done based on race, LGBTQ, anti-Semitism, and more in schools. People are calling with false reports saying there's an active shooter in this school. Police are dispatched, guns out, ready to defend these defenseless, innocent children, and it turns out that it was phony. It is a waste of resources. It is terrifying. The kids are freaking out. Parents hear word of it, and they're wondering whether they should go to the school to protect their children, pick up their kids, or what's going on. We have to be serious about this. Mr. Chairman, colleagues who have been on this committee for a while know that we have been working on this issue for several years, and it has been strongly and unanimously endorsed by the 911 Commission. But thanks to Senator Waldstreicher's leadership, we had a task force this year. I want to give a big shout out to Meredith Weisel of the Anti-Defamation League, which is a national leader in swatting, because too often the calls are either based on race, religion, or sexual orientation. And so their leadership has been vital on this. We had all the white people in the room. We had a number of meetings. We had a great counsel from the Attorney General help us work through this. And this bill is a result of this task force. So I don't want to take a lot of your time because the Vice Chair is going to share his thoughts, and then Meredith Weisel and others are going to speak. So any of us, I suspect, are happy to take your questions, but why don't I just kick it off and then toss it to the Vice Chair. Thank you for your time, attention, and interest in this really important crime.
Well, thank you to the Vice Chair, whose leadership on this issue has been unparalleled and who has integrated this into her diligent work when it comes to 911 and emergency responses. As you heard, so my role here is to talk about kind of the procedural history and where we are at now. So swatting has become a serious issue and a deadly crime in our community. And as it rose in prominence, and as the Vice Chair said, this is primarily done, although not exclusively done, by two subcultures, the kind of young white supremacist subculture and the gaming subculture, where this has really taken hold. And as this became more prominent, different members took different approaches to this problem. So we had multiple bills over multiple years and couldn't find exactly the right words and the right direction to go in. And that's when the Vice Chair and I teamed up and realized that if we got everyone in the same room, put together a task force with all the right leadership and strong support from the Attorney General's office from a staffing perspective, we could really get a work product that this committee could be proud of, that came to you in a vetted fashion that could move relatively quickly. So that's the work product you have in front of you. And let me thank again, not only the Vice Chair, who is really the lead on this, but also Meredith Weisel, who chaired the task force and will provide additional detail about the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and really to my right and left, depending on which, really are the leaders on this. They, both Senator Waldstreicher and Senator Kagan, have worked very closely with the ADL on this issue the past couple of years. I also then chaired the task force. We have sent a task force report early. I want to just kind of note that we really pushed through this past fall to work through it. The report has been sent to the governor's office, to the Senate President, to the Speaker of the House. And if committee members do not have copies of it yet, we will make sure you have copies. So I want to just give just a really quick overview of what we've been seeing the past several years. So online hate, we call this part of online hate because we kind of saw a lot of this develop as things with the internet and the gaming community, as Senator Waldstreicher mentioned, have kind of been ramping up. And we have seen a lot of this come from a place of bias and hate, and things like swatting and doxing and non-consensual pornography all kind of are coupled in this. And swatting has been one of the most prevalent things that we have seen. And just to give you some examples, in my written testimony, we just released ADL nationally, our results from the 2022, what we call online hate and harassment report. And online hate and harassment is defined as physical threats, sustained harassment, stalking, sexual harassment, doxing, and or swatting. And we have seen severe harassment reported by more than 20
27% of respondents, and that is about the same number as 2021. So we have not gone down. We have actually maintained where it is. And we have seen 23% of Americans just in general say that they've had some sort of form of online hate and harassment, which includes, as I mentioned, swatting. Just for a quick background, just to repeat. So the objective of swatting when we're talking about it really is none other to weaponize the emergency response systems and to harass and intimidate others. That's why there's two bills before you, both Senate Bill, make sure I have the right numbers, Senate Bill 340 and Senate Bill 405 tackle two different aspects. And I'll just wrap up by saying one specifically addresses the 911 system, because when swatting happens, it takes away from other emergencies that we're seeing in the community. And we are seeing people die, literally die, because an ambulance cannot get to them or law enforcement. And then our criminal statute, which is the other bill, specifically addresses, because right now we only talk about a prank or a false report. We don't have real criminal elements behind it in the criminal statute. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, particularly from a national perspective, but also from ADL in general in Maryland.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. I'm feeling the vice chair love on this bill. All right. Seeing no questions for the panel from the committee. Thank you all very much. I think there are a couple, Mr. Carrington and Mr. Hill are here to testify on behalf of the bill, in favor of the bill.
Thank you, sir. Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Darrell Carrington, Carrington Associates LLC. I'd like to thank both vice chairs for bringing this important legislation forward. I actually just testified in another committee that I think part of our job should be to reduce the time of further hearings and the like. And a task force such as this will do exactly that. I've been around this issue for many years. I really appreciate the thoughtful nature that's gone into creating this. I have to also make sure that I point out that the senator from Frederick has a very, very nice haircut, and we thank you for doing that for us all, sir. This is a great bill. It's a task force, and as the vice chair has said, we've had several different bills on this issue over the years, and I'm here because I'm going to put a personal face on this. These things have happened to me. I have had people try to weaponize the police because I'm a person of color and they know that I'm going to have a hard time to go if they call 911 and the police officer has to react on whatever the situation is. I don't want to put our law enforcement community in that position. I think that this task force will be very deliberate and go a long way in making sure that people who look like me don't have to feel the way that makes you feel. So I really thank you all for taking this up, and I ask for a favorable report.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Kagan, and thank you, Senator Waldstreicher, Vice Chair. So I'm come here on behalf of two entities, the Maryland States Attorneys Association, as well as the Montgomery County State's Attorney's Office, and we're both very strongly for this bill. I think this is a bill that addresses behavior and hopefully will change behavior. One of the speakers before talked about how these sorts of calls used to be called prank calls, and we need to change the attitude. And with legislation like this that has some real teeth to it, you realize that when that call goes out, lights and sirens, speeding to a location, running red lights, running stop lights, going much faster than the other cars to try to save whoever they believe is at that, whether it's a place of worship or whether it's a school. It's extraordinarily dangerous. And I think with legislation like this, it will let the community know that it's a serious problem, and it's extraordinarily dangerous, reckless behavior to make calls like this. Happy to answer any questions with respect to penalty sections or I noted that it also creates civil liability. It'll be very easy in criminal court for a judge to order damages, which we also like. It also provides 3 categories of jurisdiction. It's where the person makes the call, where the call goes to, and also the emergency response team, where they come from to respond to it. So it's an excellent bill, and I want to thank both senators for sponsoring it. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. We'll definitely be enlisting your help when we develop it, when we take a deeper dive into the bill. Seeing no further questions or no questions from the committee, that'll end the hearing, the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 340. Thank you very much, Senator Kagan. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 405. Senator Kagan, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues. For the record, again, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville and the chair for 4 years of the Next Generation 911 Commission, as well as a member of the task force that Senator Waldstreicher convened last year legislatively. This bill we used to bring in partnership with the swatting bill. We separated them, but included this issue along with the swatting issue in the task force. So this is about TDOS and DDoS, which are acronyms. TDoS is the telephony denial of service, and DDoS is translated a couple different ways, but it's the digital denial of service. Bottom line, it's jamming a 911 center so that, God forbid, if grandma's having a heart attack or your house is literally on fire or a burglar just broke into your house, that you can get through to 911. And you cannot if there is someone who is auto dialing through a system, some app or something, dial, and jamming all the phone lines. We all remember when Baltimore got hacked. We all remember when our state Department of Health got hacked. And when our 911 centers get hacked, there are consequences. And as I often say, when 911 fails, people die. I've had 3 people die in my district when 911 has failed. So this is not like a nice to have. Our wonderful former colleague, Ed Riley, who just texted me some good luck wishes on these bills today, always said that it's the most fundamental, most important service that government provides, which is literally life or death, and our 911 centers must need our support. Again, I want to recognize Senator Waldstreicher for his leadership and Meredith Weisel from the Anti-Defamation League, Karina Rossi from the Attorney General's office, and everyone who is on the task force. Again, I'm keeping my comments brief. I think the task force and the commission speak for itself. And Maryland Association of Counties, which I don't think is in the room, like the swatting bill, there we go. Mako is here. They have endorsed both bills, and so have others. They understand the implications. So happy to take your questions. Thank you for please, let's finally be serious about swatting and TDoS, DDoS. We need our emergency centers to work in order to protect our constituents' lives and property. Thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions.
Just one, and I noticed for 405 as well as 340.
Yeah.
These are, you have them as felonies?
So there are different gradations, and some of it, we're real clear, and we went through this a lot on malicious intent. So a kid who was goofing around, or a lonely senior citizen who dials 911, or someone, a good Samaritan who says, I think that something's happening next door, and it proves to be nothing that's happening next door, that will be not problem. But if someone maliciously, whether from in-state, out of country, makes a malicious call that causes death, injury, blocking a 911 center's operations, so then there need to be consequences. Meredith, do you want to add to that?
We
Identify yourself.
Jeff's attorney. Okay. Okay, so for the record, Meredith Weisel with ADL. So one of the things that you want me to stand up there? Okay. That's fine. For those on Zoom. I know, okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you like my haircut today? I need a haircut. My gray is coming in. So the task force,
You gotta have a sense of humor. So the task force really looked at great lengths at statutes across the country and looked at when you are specifically knowingly, that's a key word in here, knowingly false report that is reasonably likely to cause a heightened emergency response. So it's not just like, yes, there are kids out there who are certainly making pranks and stuff and they don't rise to a certain level, but there is as the senator said, malicious intent. So we really took great lengths and had a lot of discussions, actually a very lot of discussions specifically on when you're looking at the criminal statute and also mirroring the way some of Maryland current laws are, particularly taking into account juveniles as well. So you'll note in there are specific things related to juveniles and how whether or not there would be a diversion. It's up to the judge when they're looking through it and stuff, but we really took great lengths to look at it to make sure that we're specifically talking about like a reckless disregard for somebody.
When you're talking about diversions, I'm assuming you're talking about 340.
Yes, correct. Well, because that's what you were asking about. Yes, and I just wanted to make sure that that was specifically, yes, but that was something we wanted to make sure in current, the way Maryland has looked at juvenile justice reform.
So there is an intent to charge someone under 405 with a felony for doing this.
I'm going to turn back to the senator.
Yep. So Senator Sidner, I assume you are on page 3 as I am.
Yes, ma'am.
And so again, there's the difference between attempting to shut down a 911 center and accomplishing it. Just as in swatting, we did the distinction between you cause the police or other, police, fire, or paramedics to be dispatched versus someone was injured or died. And so we have sort of elevated levels based on the outcome of what is your crime, not a prank, a crime. And so again, as Meredith said, so a kid goofing around, and Senator Waldstreicher talked about how this started early on with video gamers thinking it was cute. And the guy who killed my Klingon or whatever, I'm going to get him. But this has elevated. Celebrities have been attacked. In Bowie a few years ago, Leonard Pitts, a well-known Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter, was swatted, and police came with guns drawn, got him handcuffed and on his knees. He was totally innocent, and he was swatted. Things like this are happening all the time. We've got to show that we mean business on this.
Okay, I was just with the new language that starts on page 2 and goes to page 3.
Yes.
Talking about sections, new section 6 and new section 7, they both, I don't see a elevation. I see both of them saying you'll be charged with a felony.
So who violates section C6, guilty of felony, there's the 5-year or a fine not exceeding 25,000 or both. And then it's C7, which would be 10 years and 50,000 or both. So it's the degree of impact. So we try to elevate and a lot of these bad actors, this isn't a kid dialing 911 to try to shut them down. This generally is an organized effort. This is a hacking, a cybersecurity attack on our 911 centers.
Okay.
So with swatting, it goes up based on whether there's injury or death.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sidner.
Senator Kagan. Yes. Yep, up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Meredith Weisel for the Anti-Defamation League. And I failed to mention earlier, so the office that I run, I'm the regional director, covers Maryland, DC, Virginia, and North Carolina. And also I'm happy to always give a full national perspective. So again, we are here to fully support this bill, as Senator Kagan mentioned. So 3 years ago, I actually went and talked with Senator Waldstreicher specifically about swatting, and it was always just looking at the criminal statute. And as we started diving into it, we realized that this was having an impact also on our 911 system, the TDOS and the DDoS. And so one of the things that the task force really took at great lengths to go over was the swatting related incidents. And then what was sort of, I would call, a ripple effect. A lot of times these are coming from a hate bias perspective. So actually last year, the legislature passed a law specifically tying swatting when you give a false statement to an officer as it impacts and comes from the aspect of our hate or bias statute. We are also seeing as another related instance, specifically this bill that we're now talking about that Senator Kagan has been working on. We really need to understand it is a larger scale. It is not just these one-offs. A matter of fact, just in December of 2022, and this is in the swatting task force report, there was an individual from Maryland who actually made several swatting calls and it impacted the entire state of Florida. There were several different incidents. It was actually tied to the hate crime statute as well. We also saw in October of 2022, I believe it was in Howard County, several school systems, the schools had to go on full lockdowns. So God forbid there had been actually an emergency, it tied up the emergency response system in general. It wasn't just the swatting incident. So these are completely correlated. And so we would ask for a favorable report on this Senate bill as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee. These are two of them. I'm Sarah Sample. I'm from the Maryland Association of Counties. I think that the panel has done a great job going through the details of this bill. I think they've thought about a lot of different things that are important here, like the safeguards that go with some of the penalties. From the county standpoint, we think that the penalties are sufficient that have been established here. We think that's incredibly important for changing behavior. One of the main things I really want to point out is just the susceptibility of local governments and state governments that we're seeing. It's getting worse and worse. And we really need some of these safeguards in place because a lot of times you're seeing, attacks that really have to do with data, but these are the kind of attacks that are risking people's lives. I mean, I won't belabor that point too much more, but these are systems that the public has to be able to rely on in order to have trust in their government. And so we think that these safeguards are incredibly important. I believe this bill passed out of this chamber last year. I know that there are more sponsors on the House side as well. And so we think this is going in the right direction. And we really would like to see this get to the finish line. And Mako would like to urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 405. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you all very much. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 405. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 428, and that's Senator McKay.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Senator Mike McKay presenting Senate Bill 428, Washington County Deputy Sheriffs and Correctional Deputies, Employment Conditions and Collective Bargaining. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill this afternoon. In the state of Maryland, we all try to improve the police public relations, and it's important that we recruit and retain professional and competent men and women to serve our communities. As an effort to increase morale and include both public safety and corrections employees in a discussion surrounding benefits, compensation, we're presenting this bill and would like to afford the patrol deputies, sworn law officers, and correctional deputies the opportunity to participate in collective bargaining. The bill is supported unanimously by the Washington County Board of County Commissioners, as well as the National Correctional Employees Union. And today I have the pleasure of introducing the Sheriff of Washington County, Mr. Brian Albert, for his thoughts. Request a favorable report of Senate Bill 428. Thank you.
Chairman Smith and members, I just wanted to be here and testify for my support of this bill. In my previous employment, I was 28 years with the Maryland Natural Resource Police. I was very involved with the FOP, SLEOLA, and the bargaining unit, and I felt it had value. And the previous Sheriff Mullendore had supported this bill last year. I'm not sure if it got before committee or not, but I fully support this and recognizing more than likely it'd be the FOP, but that hasn't been designated yet. And I'll take any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Senator McKay. Seeing no questions, thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 428. We'll now move to Senator Lewis, Ms. Lewis Young, with Senate Bill 391.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Committee. This bill may sound somewhat familiar to you because you heard it in 2021 and 2022. In fact, it passed the House in both those years and just passed out of the Judiciary Committee. It's actually a really simple bill. What the bill does is it requires the state's attorney's office to have a conversation with a victim of sexual assault if the case is denied, if it doesn't move on. And let me tell you how this bill came about. A constituent called me in early 2021. She had been the victim of sexual assault, reported it, and never heard anything back. So in addition to being traumatized by sexual assault, she was additionally traumatized by never hearing anything, not knowing the outcome, assuming it wasn't moving, but not knowing why. So I actually called the chief of police of Frederick City at that time and said, you know, how do I respond to this young woman? And interestingly enough, he said to me, I really wish you'd put a bill in because this happens to us all the time. We get caught in the middle. We're the ones that respond, and then a complaint is filed. We don't know the outcome. We have no influence on the decision. The victim then calls us and we can't tell them anything. So this was worked out. It was compromise in 2021. Lisa Jordan with MCASA, that's the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, worked very closely with the assistant district attorney or the assistant state's attorney in Frederick County to have amenable language to everyone so that when a case is not pursued, and in the vast majority of cases, they are not pursued because I'm sure this committee is well aware of the fact that the burden of proof is very strict. So Lisa Jordan, if she comes, was going to give you all kinds of statistics, but very few cases move on. So this bill just requires a very simple conversation, allows 20 days for it to happen, and only if the victim requests it. So that will also minimize the frequency. So within 20 days, if the victim requests it, a brief conversation explaining why the case didn't move on. And it doesn't have to be in person. It could be telephone, it could be Zoom, as long as it's mutually agreed upon by both parties. So since this is passed in the House 2 consecutive years, and I crossed the street in order to present this bill myself. I hope you all will consider moving this very simple bill that will bring peace of mind to the victims. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We are here in support of Senate Bill 300. Thank you. And so this bill is so simple. It's just like a human response. If you are raped, you were sexually assaulted, someone chooses, I'm not going forward with this case. It's just the respect of let them know why. And note that the Maryland State's Attorneys Association has moved on this bill and they now support the bill. So they also feel that this is a totally reasonable thing to do. Just to put this in context, for sexual assault survivors, for every 1,000 sexual assault survivors,
9 cases are referred to the prosecutor. 9. So this is not a huge number of cases. This is the least we can do for sexual assault survivors. So for those reasons, we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. And how you doing? Can I get that statistic you just gave us?
Yeah, this is from RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, Incest Network. And it's for every 1,000 sexual assaults, only 9 are referred to a prosecutor. Now, some of those are not reported, of course, because so many people don't report sexual assaults, but some of them never get beyond reporting to the police, and only 9 end up with a prosecutor. For those 9 women or men or other people, kids, the least we can do is let them know, why aren't we prosecuting?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a suspected crime is committed, a rape. The person goes to the police department, reports it. Then the police department decides whether or not they want to investigate it or send it to the state's attorney. Can you just explain that process and where the denial or miscommunication is happening exactly?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question, because it actually varies jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So some jurisdictions have implemented kind of the best practice of always referring sexual assault to the prosecutor for that ultimate decision. And certainly MCASA really backs that. That doesn't happen in every case. It doesn't happen in every jurisdiction. So that's not consistent across the state.
How many counties do that currently? Do you know?
I don't know that
No,
off the top of my head.
It'd be good to have that. And I wonder if there's a reporting, if there's a report to be able to track the success of this piece of legislation. I wonder if there's a reporting requirement in there as well.
Yeah, no, there's not. That certainly would impact the fiscal note and perhaps the bureaucracy. So I don't know if people would be as supportive. I think it's a great idea, but this is a good first step, and I wouldn't want to sink this bill for that.
Fair. I hear you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Senator Washington. Seeing no further questions. Thank you both very much. Excellent. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 391. We'll now move on to Senator Watson. Welcome back with Senate Bill 409.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Can I ask my panel to come up? Bill? Yes, come on. Senator Watson, 23rd District, here to present Senate Bill 409, Police Accountability Board. Colleagues, this bill is enabling legislation that gives municipalities the option of establishing their own police accountability boards. The law that we passed in 2021 requires counties to create police accountability boards and charging committees to process complaints against police officers. The law does not allow currently municipalities to establish their own, even for municipalities with their own independent police departments. Of 157 towns and cities, 88 have their own police departments, some of which employ more officers than their own counties. This legislation and this simple tweak really is proactive in ensuring that there's fairness, that members of the police accountability boards represent the municipalities in what they serve. And I will point out that in Prince George's County, there are 27 municipalities and 25 of those have police departments. It's inevitable that there'll eventually be a logistic issue if this small change isn't put in place. I'll hold my remarks right there, Mr. Chair, and allow the members of my panel to speak.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, members of the committee. My name is Bill George with the Maryland Municipal League, today testifying in support of Senate Bill 409. As Senator Watson described, this bill authorizes municipalities with police agencies to create their own accountability boards and charging committees to serve jurisdiction over their officers. Municipalities that opt to create these entities would accomplish several objectives regarding the current police disciplinary framework. It would raise the profile of municipal voices. It would reduce case backlog. It would eliminate the awkward county oversight of an independent municipal service, while all the while working within existing guardrails already installed in the law. However, I want to take the bulk of my time to talk about the broader goal of this legislation, and that is to attain meaningful municipal representation in the police accountability process. As you know, Police accountability boards and administrative charging committees have been up and running since July 1st of last year. However, currently the law is greatly skewed towards county control in the process. Counties are mandated to create the accountability boards. These boards and membership are created by the county legislative body and reflect the diversity of the county. The law also mandates that counties create a charging committee. Not once is municipality referenced anywhere in the law, despite, as what the senator said, there are 89 municipal police agencies throughout the state and 6 instances where the municipality has a larger police force than its county counterpart. There are 6 instances of those around the state. Municipalities often have a different look and feel and different priorities from the county that surrounds them. And yet the officers that serve these municipal residents are subject to a county-created disciplinary framework without any guaranteed input from the residents that they are specifically serving. Chair Smith and members of the committee, thank you for the time this afternoon. This is an MML priority for the 2nd year in a row. And what we're looking for is to continue conversations that we've already had towards accomplishing our goal of meaningful municipal representation in the police accountability process. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Judd Ashman, Mayor of the city of Gaithersburg. Like you, we in the city have been appalled by abuses that we've seen in national headlines, and by those we know that were never even reported. Our city is fully committed to the vision of accountability and reform reflected in recent legislation. But in order to help move this vision forward, municipalities need the tools and the authority to bring it to reality. My city council colleagues and I are proud of the Gaithersburg Police Department's record of interactions with the public. We hold our chief and our officers to the highest standards, but we can always do better. Current law requires that any complaints about our officers go to the Montgomery County Police Accountability Board, where all complaints against county officers already go. Well, the Montgomery County Police Department is a fine department. It's much larger than ours, and it has a different culture. They have different standards for hiring, for promotion, and traditionally, historically, for approaches to investigating complaints. As a city, we're closer to the ground, we're more nimble, we're more motivated to provide an excellent level of service that is value added to what our residents get, more so than those in unincorporated areas. Putting aside differences in departmental culture, the difference in scale is clearly an issue. Under a county-run police accountability board, a complaint against a city officer might take months or even years to adjudicate, delaying justice for both the complainant and the officer. This is true not only for counties that have much larger police departments than their municipalities do, but also for counties where a municipal department is larger than the counties, and the county's board resources and operations are smaller scale. I also want to underscore that this legislation is enabling. It does not mean that every town will stand up police accountability board, and my time is up, so I'll be ready to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Always good to see you, Mr. Mayor. We have a couple questions, and then I've got some questions as well. So we'll start with Folden, Muse, West, and then whoever else, and then I'll go last. Senator Folden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for bringing this important piece of legislation forward. I always appreciate having a good dialogue about such important issues. So I just want to, and I don't care who stands. I mean, Mr. Mayor of Gaithersburg, is that correct, sir? Yeah, you brought this specific issue up, so I'll ask you. So I know that they're having an issue in different areas across the state, and the reason they left it up to the local jurisdictions of doing it by region, by county wide, when you made the comment that there's already a Montgomery County board in place, it's not for just Montgomery County Police though, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to be sure that we're clear on that, because it would infer that because it was almost like they were doing the investigation, but that's not the case. It's a county-wide board that's put together at the direction of the county executive.
Correct, but
Okay.
there's not a guarantee that municipal residents will be members of that accountability board.
I understand that. And then, so we're already, some of these county agencies or counties are already having problems getting staffing for some of their boards for county-wide police forces. What makes you think that doing it in a smaller snapshot within a municipality is going to generate more interest for these volunteers to want to serve on these police accountability boards?
It's a great question. And as I said, this is only enabling, and many jurisdictions may not choose to do it. Maybe many of the smaller ones may not choose to do it for exactly that reason. But I feel like Gaithersburg and other of the larger ones have the means to do it.
And this bill just seems like we're putting really, we're trying to get into the fine hairs of wanting to have the responsibility be at the lowest level. And prior to the Police Accountability Board being put in place, there was a position in place that allowed the police chief and or the mayor to be a part of that adjudication process to facilitate a faster resolve. Is that correct?
Yeah, each department adjudicated its own complaints. If
Correct.
That's
So
what you're asking.
Well, I am, because you pointed out that it could take months and even years. And I know that a lot of these cases, because of the new requirements in MPAA, that they have to be adjudicated within a year and a day. And like statewide, I know right now that the state board that has members appointed from the House and from the Senate, their members haven't even gotten fully trained yet. And this was supposed to be in place in July. So I'm kind of on both. I want to show you that I'm showing you both sides of this, but agreeing with neither side, because the process that was in place, allowing them to be accountable with the oversight of the executive of each municipality or county, was something that was working. And we've actually caused a problem here by doing this.
Well, I'm not here to cast judgment on that, but I would say that the shot clock, the 1 year and 1 day shot clock, would give the counties incentive to support this idea. And in fact, they are supportive of this bill. Mako is supportive of this bill.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your time and thanks for bringing the bill forward. Thank you,
Appreciate
Senator.
it.
Thank you. And to anyone who wants to answer, thank you, Senator. I want to make a comment and then ask some questions. One, my understanding is, at least in our county, this is like other counties, not really up and running yet. They're still training people. They're still having budgetary issues in terms of what will be the budget, 5% of what, 10% of what, et cetera. Because it's not worked yet, and I have one municipality in my district, and I talked with them. And some of these are the following questions that they raised, right? Number one, have we given the process from, I believe it was 2021 in which this was established, have we given that really time to work to see if it is something that could very well, we're saying what it can't do, but it's up to, our county executives and council persons to, first of all, implement the thing. Number two, there are some differences in what was passed out of this committee in 2021 and your bill. It seems to be watering it down, and with some specific differences. And what happens if that would then mean that no officer in your municipality would be accountable to the countywide board? Is that correct?
Senator Muse, I'd be happy to take a gander at some of your questions. So first of all, have we given the process enough time to sort out the kinks? Yes and no, right? I think in terms of, I think it's accurate to say that some of these county boards are lagging a bit behind in terms of processing complaints and adjudicating potential remedies. But I believe that most, if not all of them, have at least developed the composition of their boards and committee. And I can tell you that is not working for us. I can tell you more often than not, municipal governments have been completely left out of the process. In fact, there have been instances where there's just been absolutely zero communication or input solicited from the county to their municipalities, despite there being many, many officers under their purview in setting the membership of the or the makeup of the boards and committee. So that I can speak to a little bit, is that it's the part of the process that we're looking to have municipalities participate in has been completely overlooked. And so I feel like we have gotten to the point where we can say that yes, that's not working for.
But you've also said at some point that it doesn't, the way this bill is, local citizens do not have to be appointed to this board in the municipality. Is that right, under your bill?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
I thought you made a statement that's local, that citizens outside of any of your agencies do not have to be appointed to any of the PABs. Is that correct?
Of course, this is an option for the municipality to set this up, so there would be no
So they could
mandate.
conceivably set it up and decide we don't want any. right?
Correct. In which case that municipality and their police officers would then be subject to the already created county framework.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the last part,
What if we just put it in there that they have to do it? I mean, the whole thing is for some citizen input on it outside of the agency. Otherwise, it totally seems to me it reverses the intent of what this committee did. That's
Sure.
just my opinion.
sure. So we were looking for flexibility in this bill, and I'd be more than happy to have this discussion as to whether this should be a mandatory.
My friend is sponsoring others, and that's
Sure.
I just want to make sure that that does not happen without giving it a chance to work, because often, and it's happening across the country, not hopefully and out state, but where legislatures across the country have passed some real accountability legislation with teeth, while everybody is in an uproar about some particular incident.
Right.
And then 2 or 3 years later, we come right back and we water it down. And I'm just hoping that that's not what it's doing. And that's what I'll be talking to you and others about, to see what amendments we can do to make sure that accountability, because ultimately all of us are responsible to the citizens one way or the other.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr.
Understood. We're not looking to upset the apple cart here. Just get a little bit more municipal representation in the process, whatever that may look like. Happy to continue.
Lastly, it may look like maybe including members of the municipality to represent a municipality in some way in an official capacity on what already exists, to see how that goes, so that we can monitor and see if this is not working, then we need to come back to the table.
Yep.
But if it works and it doesn't upset anything, then maybe that's the route to go, and I'll talk to you about.
Yeah, so let me just chime in and say what you said. Okay.
Mhm.
Let me just chime in, because you led off, Senator, with, talking about the timing, and maybe we didn't give this enough time to kick in. And I think that when we crafted the original legislation, there were some things we did not know. And I know personally, I did not know that there were municipalities with more police officers in their counties. Now we're talking about Cumberland, Cambridge, Easton, and Ocean City, but the most egregious, Ocean City with 102 officers, is in the county Worcester with only 50. And so the question is, does it really make sense for the county, which has a smaller footprint, to think that they know more than the officers who police the waterfront, have that expertise to make those decisions, and who should comprise their board? That's just a thought. And then, in my own district, as you know, in Upper Marlboro, I have 3 officers. In Bowie, I have 63. Upper Marlboro may choose to just fall under the umbrella of the county. Bowie, in large, and I've spoken to our chief police, Chief Nesky, who's a proponent of establishing their own, because they're more familiar with the nuances and those types of things. You raise a great point as to, compelling representation from the municipalities. But, this is a function of providing, in my mind, flexibility, and something that I think we overlooked in establishing the original bill. Just wanted to get that in there.
Thank you for that. So we can get together and look at some possible amendments, or what are really concerns, and which concerns are really legitimate concerns, and which are just, we can handle in different ways. Again, mine is to just make sure, my reason is to make sure that in no way are we watering down anything that was done by those in 2021, and yet make it fair at the same time for our officers as well. Okay, thank you, and thank you. Thank you.
Christmas tree here. All right, Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So up until about 6 weeks ago, I had never represented a county with a municipality in it. I come from Baltimore County. We have none. Finally, I've got Hampstead in Carroll County, which I now represent. So I'm now learning more about municipalities vis-a-vis counties than I've ever really concerned myself with before. So I'm assuming that municipalities have a lot of flexibility in how they organize their government. This bill is discretionary. Why absent this bill, wouldn't a municipality in Maryland have the opportunity to set up a police accountability board? Are you claiming that there is no such authority in municipalities under our current government to do something like this?
I believe that the law that was passed in 2021 explicitly permits or almost it mandates that counties establish these boards.
Counties, yes.
Correct.
We're talking
And there's not
municipalities now.
municipalities are not mentioned once
Okay.
in any capacity.
But because they're not mentioned, what is it your contention that absent this bill, municipalities would not have the power to set up a police accountability board dealing with their own police forces?
That is my contention, and I hope I'm wrong.
Maybe we should get an attorney general's opinion as to whether or not we need this bill. My view is the bill is not needed unless the attorney general tells us that municipalities do not have the power to set these accountability boards up absent legislation explicitly permitting it.
Sure. Yeah, you're absolutely right in that municipalities generally have broad authority under the home rule. But in this particular aspect, I believe that we are preempted by the state law on this one.
Okay. I'm sure we'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
So the other thing is that both the Attorney General, the Chiefs of Police Association, and the Sheriff's Association seem to have the same concern. And that is a county police officer within the boundaries of a municipality being involved in an incident. And the question is, which police accountability board would deal with that? And they're suggesting that this bill be amended in order to specifically provide that it all depends on what police force they're working for.
Yeah.
If they're working for the county police force, wherever the incident occurs, the county police accountability board ought to investigate that. If they're working for the municipal police force, even if they're somehow stray out into the county beyond the municipality lines, that the municipal police accountability board should take care of that. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so that's a great point, and it was our intent when the bill drafting was going on to have it operate exactly as you describe it, in that the employer of the officer, that is the accountability board process that they would go through, not the geographic region where the incident occurred.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I say one of the issues about reading bills is you never know what sections that may come before may address your question. So my question is, how is this applicable to Baltimore City? Well, it mentions a municipal corporation, that is Baltimore, and I'm wondering if this will upset what's happening in Baltimore by being inclusive. So I'm not certain.
That's a good question, and I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sidnor.
The other question that I had, and it goes to Senator Muse's question, and I'm looking on page 2, line 26 through 30. It says a municipal corporation in the state may have a police accountability board to, it says appoint civilian members to charging committees and trial boards. Now, to me, when I read that, my expectation would be that you would be appointing civilian members. And I don't know if there's any discretion there or not. But one of the things that I know that has come up in Baltimore County with regards to membership on these boards was the county council. They took it upon themselves to exclude people who had served time or been incarcerated but finished their sentences. Is that something that would be problematic for you all if we did something like that?
So in answer to your first question, since a municipal corporation may have a police accountability board, if they choose to do so, then yes, there would be civilian members on it.
Okay.
But not every municipality would be mandated
To
to
do
so.
this, right?
Exactly. And I'm sorry, could you repeat your second question? I believe
Yes.
that we took essentially the same language that applies to counties currently.
Right.
And just cut and paste it and made it work for municipalities. So.
Right. No, and again, I just raised it because it caused an issue in Baltimore County when the county council began trying to limit who could be on these
Right.
boards. So I'm curious just from the start, is there any intention for you all wanting to limit who can be on these boards outside of what's already mentioned here? Or do we, if this body believes that anyone who wants to serve outside of us who's prohibited from serving, if we wanted to ensure that you all weren't or these municipalities weren't trying to narrow it any further, would you all be against that type of language being put in to allow people who have served their time and are no longer under the in the system to serve on these kinds of boards?
Sure. So again, we tried to just kind of mirror the language currently in place for the counties. Happy to work on any sort of amendments that you may have in terms of eligibility for these boards.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to get clarity. So when I'm reading through here a little bit more and I'm listening to what you're saying, what would prohibit in the language I see here, what would prohibit the mayor from appointing, say, elected officials who would then do his bidding? In the language here, I don't see anything that would prohibit that.
I believe you're correct. And I think the same question could be answered or could be asked of what's preventing a county executive from doing the same thing currently with the county board.
Yeah, but we didn't want to get into the weeds when I was
Right.
bringing up other things. So I don't want to get in the weeds about that. We're talking
Fair
about this
enough.
bill.
I believe I believe that the language is vague enough for that possibility to happen.
So to be clear, there's nothing in here that prohibits that the mayor could appoint and load the board up to dismiss an employee due to public pressure, whether it's justified or not. It's a yes or no, sir.
I don't believe, could you make reference to where you're looking in the bill? I've got it in front of me here.
I'm looking in the bill and it doesn't show that he can't do that.
Right.
So you're the one testifying on the bill.
Yep.
You're the one supporting the measure. You're the one that's helping be a part of this. I'm simply saying, I don't see it. And so my scenario base is, or my given scenario is, there's nothing in this bill that would prohibit the elected mayor of any municipality from loading the bill up, or I'm sorry, loading the board up to do his bidding. Is there that correct or not in the current language that's in there?
So the accountability board is established by the governing body of the municipality. So that is the council or commission, not necessarily the mayor. And municipalities have.
Again, I'm going to ask you,
Yeah.
Is there anything in here that prohibits the mayor from having a board established and personnel put in place to do his bidding, to terminate an employee, a police officer? Is there anything in here that prohibits him being able to do that on the police accountability board in this, the way it's written?
I'd be happy to take a closer look and get back to you.
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
Sorry, go ahead, Senator Musso. I want to make sure we were all clear on how things are working, but go ahead.
I want to know that. My question is somewhat along the lines of you. Is there anything in the bill that would prohibit one from saying we don't want, or we're not putting citizens on this? Is there anywhere in the bill, because I've not seen it, that would say that some municipality may put together this accountability without and just exclude citizens altogether? Can that happen? In this bill, it can't. Unless there is language that we can work out, because that's what it was supposed to have been initially. And now we're taking it right back to what it was prior to this bill being put in. So if we can work on that, I don't see it in this.
Sure. In the establishment of the accountability board, there is no reference to a mandatory civilian participation. However, there is on the charging committee.
There is on
the administrative charging committee. There must be civilians on the administrative charging committee.
Okay, well,
So that's what I wanted to,
and thank you so much for the out.
Thanks. No, first, I'll preface all my questions with, thank you for, the dialogue we had over the interim, the summertime. I really enjoyed that. I was with the chair of judiciary, and we had an opportunity to speak with some of the municipal leaders, and I thought you all made a good case. And look, you were absolutely right. You were not consulted through that process. And so, that's something that we'll all keep in mind and as we move forward with further reforms. So just to be clear, though, for the PABs, there's a difference between a PAB and an ACC, or Public Accountability Board, Police Accountability Board, and then the Administrative Charging Committee. The PABs are only set up to receive complaints from the public and then to make recommendations to the police department. And that's it. Now, there's legislation before the body to change the purview or the scope of responsibility for the PABs, which is, hint, not likely to pass this year because of what you just said. We just passed this bill, this series of packages, and so we're not going to expand the scope of a PAB when it's just blossoming. So that's one. Two is the municipal representation is lacking, and there's something that we've got to do, and I've committed in earnest to ensure there's some sort of scheme that we make sure that the municipalities are able to participate in receiving those complaints and then making recommendations to make our police departments better. And the municipalities deserve and need to be at the table there. I don't know what that looks like because you said there are 89 police, we were going back, 89 municipal police departments, 157 municipalities or 157. All right, got it. Yeah, I got it right. Senator Kagan would be proud of me. So, I mean, the point is, if you had, Prince George's County has somewhere like 20, how many municipalities you have? 27. So you add 27 voices to that one PAB, you got a big PAB. And so we've got to figure out something, how you can have municipal representation, but without having giant PABs. And we're not changing, the scope of the responsibility for the PABs this year. So that's all I'm just saying. Like, I thank the senator, and I thank, MML for bringing this up, because it's definitely important. Two lessons learned. One, we always need to bring you all to the table when making these decisions, and two, we'll figure out how to incorporate the, your voices at the PAB. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but we're gonna work on it. So isn't that so? I guess I don't know. I did have a question, but I've since forgotten it. So just wanted to provide that clarity for everyone, though. Just wanted to provide, because we're kind of just the scope of the PAB is very narrow. So just understanding that. Okay. Any additional questions for the guests here? All right. Excellent. Thank you all very much. Thanks. All right. So we heard from Judd. We heard from Adam Rubinski here, Robert Melvin, and Ms. Sample. Again, also that question about whether you could have a municipal PAB, with whether we've preempted that or not. We're looking into that, but it seems like the law is pretty clear on who receives the complaints, which is the county-wide entity, but then also but maybe they could make a municipal level agency that makes recommendations to police, and that they could do that on their own, but it would only be one component of the two parts of the responsibility right now. Anyway, whoever wants to go first.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Sample, and I'm here with the Maryland Association of Counties. And we are here in support of Senate Bill 409. So you've already heard this is authorizing municipalities to establish their own police accountability boards and their own administrative charging committees. From a county perspective, this would certainly help share some of the burden of going through some of these public complaints. I think we've already heard that Prince George's County has 27 different law enforcement agencies. And so this would help with some of that backlog. And I think the efficiency of the process is incredibly important for this, because it helps establish public trust and it gets cases through the process faster, which I think is a positive thing. But certainly it's not just about the workload. This is also about making it hyper local so that the civilians and the communities feel like they have representation in this process, and that will help fulfill the intent of this reform. So I would just reiterate, we are in support of municipalities having this power, and we would urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 409. And then the last thing I would just add is, with the questions that have been coming up, we know at the county level that this process is not without a lot of questions and a lot of challenges. And we are 100% willing to get, a stakeholder group together and some of the counties that have been working on this to talk through what some of those problems are and if there are things that should be fixed right now or other things that should be let to, be figured out as this process continues. So we're open to that conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Melvin with the R Street Institute. We're a free market, nonpartisan, nonprofit research organization that focuses on promoting free markets and limited effective governments. We are here today in support of this bill. This is something that isn't a new concept. We've seen this adopted in many jurisdictions around the country. And it's been around since the 1920s, the whole concept of police accountability. And we've seen it grow from that time from 3 to over 200 now. We also know that there's growing support for this with over 75% of respondents, according to a Pew Research study, saying that they support the establishment of these. In addition, we know that law enforcement groups, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police, have recognized their importance in a report that they released related to practices pertaining to modern policing. And it's also been tried and tested. Of the jurisdictions with law enforcement oversight, most of them utilize a civilian review board model, such as what you're doing here. The public tends to view these review commissions as more representative of the community, and they provide the opportunity for an outsider's perspective to be brought forward for the complaint investigations process, which helps identify and remediate shortcomings. And it's also structured to require diversity, which is very important for this process. And not only that, but there's an increased probability that the police trainings and community relations will be improved through this measure. And it's also permissive. For all these reasons, we encourage you to pass this measure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and members of the committee. Adam Rubchinsky, representing the city of Havre de Grace. I just want to go on the record to state the city does support SB 409, which is enabling legislation which will allow a municipality to create a police accountability board and charging committee. I don't want to belabor a lot of the points that were mentioned earlier, but I do want to address one question. Under section XIE of the Maryland Constitution, a municipality does have broad authority to amend and repeal its charter. However, it can only take actions which have been conferred upon it by legislative act. Therefore, that's why we need this enabling legislation. Thank you. And we request a favorable report.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. And seeing no questions from the committee, thank you all very much. All right, we have 2 participants coming in through Zoom. So we'll hear from David Burse and Ms. Cross.
Good morning, or actually good afternoon. How's everybody doing today?
Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good. Can you hear me good?
We can, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Senate. Appreciate this opportunity to be able to talk. Just want to lend my support to Senate Bill 0409. The town of Upper Marlboro is a fairly small police department right now, but we're actually looking to grow through annexation. And so with that annexation process, it would allow us the opportunity to hear from our own residents about what they think about our police department should be doing as far as an accountability board. The town is, moving forward, and we're trying to move forward with them. Prince George's County has basically almost 1 million residents and second largest county in the state. With 27 municipalities, 23 of them to have police departments, it allows each municipality that wants to participate to have their own board, and it frees up some of the burden on Prince George's County, because that could be a lot of individual cases to handle for one particular entity. So I think it will be very supportive for us to have our own board as we grow, and other municipalities to have their own boards. So it actually gives them the opportunity to be able to let their residents speak about their departments that they've hired throughout this process. And also, if we have more boards, it helps those of us who have smaller departments sometimes to get through the process a little bit faster. So with that, I can take any questions, anything like that.
Excellent. Thank you. Senator Muse has a question.
Okay.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
It's good to see you again. Let me thank you for first of all for being on. I did call back to the county executives, representatives, county council's representatives, to ask that we have such a problem in this area, what's their position on it? The council said they would send it. I think that our county executives people, I haven't gotten to talk to her, have said they take no position on it. But to hear from our police chief, to hear from our state's attorney, and she does plan on sitting down. She said yesterday we could, talk about this bill, but I'd like to hear from those that I represent. The one municipality that I represent, this is not an issue for them at all. And I want to make sure that I'm being broad. So do you have any other of the officials in the county who will take a position on it that we can talk to? And I appreciate what you're doing.
I would probably maybe look at the 3 or 4 larger municipalities, maybe Bowie, Laurel, Greenbelt, because they have more residents than we do. But, like I said, as we grow, I would love to be able to have our residents to speak on our behalf about our particular officers that we hire within our municipalities.
So if we were, since I heard from you, if we were to amend this bill somehow to make sure that it remained, I believe from what I could read, as it were, that citizens were, mandatory to be on there, would you have any problem with that amendment?
No.
Okay, and I'll be asking the same of all others. Thank you, and thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chief, good to see you again. This is Senator Washington here from Prince George's County.
Yep.
Thank you for your hard work and service to our community at large. I do have a question. I mean, the chair talked a little bit about this process not being fully implemented yet or actualized yet since we passed the bill in 2021. I wondered, how many complaints are we talking about per year? Like, are we talking about 5 a year? I mean, I keep on hearing the burden is on Prince George's County. We're a large jurisdiction. We have a large police department. It'll be a large panel looking at these instances or these complaints. How many complaints does your department receive a year for your officers?
Fortunately, since I've been here, none under the new bill and 1 prior to that. So it just depends on the size of the agency, depends on the times and what happens. But as a whole, I think residents want to have some say in what goes on within obviously their municipality. So again, as we grow and annex, I did retire from Prince George's County Police, so I do know that Prince George's County has a lot more cases than most of the municipalities. But when you combine them all together, just having that timeline, making sure you get all the stuff done within the, actual timeline.
Do you know the numbers? I mean, you're 0. You're probably the 5th largest police department in our county, maybe, or
no.
Okay, much
I'm
smaller.
at the bottom.
Never mind. So, I mean, I'm just trying to gauge the burden that we placed on Prince George's County at large, and it doesn't really seem like it's that much of a burden being placed on them for being able to implement this at the county level.
I wouldn't necessarily say a burden, but it's just giving the residents within their municipality the opportunity to speak about their police department. A lot of times when you have, a larger area, I don't want to call out any names, but a larger area, they basically support their agency. And, just like Prince George's County, I mean, they live in Prince George's County, but the issue is, how can the residents who support me and my decision-making speak on my behalf when they're not asked to do it because it's at someone else's level that's not even a part of what we're doing here in the town.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
No, again, thanks. We're committed to find a solution to this. I mean, there's a difference between, membership and then scope of responsibility, which, we're not going to change the scope of responsibility for the PABs, but the membership is something I think we're all interested in making sure that the municipal voices are heard. So thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. I think our last virtual participant is not here in the room. So with that, that'll conclude the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 409. So thank you, Senator Watson. We'll now move on to Senator Carter. Which bill would you like to go first, 767 or 656? Okay. Awesome. Okay. So Senator Carter with Senate Bill 767.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I want to present this no-brainer common sense bill that passed last year. My panel, I'm honored to present Nina Themelis from the Mayor's Office of Government Relations, new to the Baltimore Police Department Government Relations Office, Erin Murphy, and Cherie Briscoe, who is the Deputy Commissioner for Baltimore City Police Department. And then, of course, some of you know Willie Flowers with the state NAACP. Okay, so Ms. Murphy submitted written testimony, so she's, that's to vote in our favor. She's gonna forego her oral testimony. So this bill wasn't heard by this committee last year. It was heard by finance. There is no opposition to the bill. I'll start with that because last year, when it was heard by finance, there was some opposition and the two sides, Senator West, you're looking at me, and so this is your kind of thing. They sat down and they came to an agreement. The bill as presented today represents the language as agreed to by all parties in the discussions last year. So briefly, what the bill does, it's a bill that was requested by the Baltimore City Administration and authorizes certain law enforcement agencies to request the username and password of employees or applicants for the purpose of reviewing their social media accounts. Last year, this bill, as I said, was heard by finance and it was as the bill as presented passed the Senate on third reader after the amendments were crafted. This bill is exactly that bill as we passed. The bill exempts certain law enforcement agencies from the prohibition in state law against employers requiring employees or applicants to disclose any username, password, or other means for employers to access a personal account or service through an electronic communications device. Law enforcement officials arguably, as we hear all the time and know is true, make some of the most important hiring decisions out of all employers in the United States. On a daily basis, law enforcement attempts to select highly qualified individuals to protect and serve the public. This is not a process to be taken lightly. It's very important that they are able to access information that could reveal the character, affiliations, relationships of the potential employees or actual employees before making those very important decisions. A perfect example is the despicable behavior that we just saw in Memphis, where police officers in the Tyree Nichols case that we all witnessed earlier this month. There are also countless examples in Baltimore City that may have been prevented if social media screening, as proposed by this bill, were in place. That is why social media screening is emerging as a valuable tool for law enforcement to screen clear problematic behavior. By using web-based background checks, as proposed in this bill, law enforcement can take a proactive, preventable approach to winnowing away candidates that could potentially cost jurisdictions millions of dollars in disciplinary actions and misconduct, excessive force lawsuits. Social media background checks can reveal behavior that is not in line with law enforcement's values or beliefs. Although candidates will put their best foot forward in an interview, an applicant's social media presence can shed light on other aspects of their true character. With that, there's more. You have my written testimony, but I think it's important to hear from the actual officials, again, to my knowledge, there is no opponent to this bill. Thank you very much. I'm happy to stand with them and answer questions if you'd like.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nina Themlis. I'm serving as interim director of the Mayor's Office of Government Relations here to testify in support of SB 767. We want to thank Senator Carter for reintroducing this bill again this year. As she stated, the administration worked with several different groups last year to get to a place where we found that there was a good balance between the need to have this tool available and still protecting the privacy of the candidates who were being screened. So the legislation allows for the people performing background checks to access social media, the social media accounts of applicants in order to ensure that the candidates do not harbor any feelings detrimental to their ability to perform their duties without bias or prejudice. The balance that was found last year is that we're also making sure to protect the privacy of potential candidates by limiting the access that investigators have during the application process by only allowing those social media accounts to be screened in the presence of the candidate, and the law enforcement agency would not be able to retain any of the information concerning usernames and passwords of those candidates. Additionally, if the investigators chose to print any of the posts that were made by any individual who is under consideration as a candidate, they would not be able to include any identifying information of that person, including their username and password. And so with that, we just believe that this option should be available to all law enforcement agencies who choose to use it. It is enabling legislation only. It would not require any police department or law enforcement agency from utilizing it. But we do really believe it is an important tool that background investigators should have as they are screening potential police officers for service. So for these reasons, the Baltimore City Administration requests a favorable report for SB 767.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, body. Deputy Commissioner Cherie Briscoe on behalf of the Baltimore Police Department and behalf of Commissioner Michael Harrison. We too are in favor of the SB 076 bill that's been presented by Senator Carter. And we do agree. The reality is in law enforcement where we're challenged to hire candidates, and that is a nationwide challenge, we want to ensure that we hire the right candidates and have the ability to understand that that candidate comports and shows themselves to embody the characteristics that we're looking for as a official in law. So with that said, we know that across the United States, there have been challenges around this very issue, and potentially had there been some other measures in place, maybe we would not have seen the events that we saw in Memphis. Maybe we would not have seen some of the events that we saw precipitating from January the 6th of last year. So to that end, we are in support of the bill and we ask for favorable consideration on behalf of the police department. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Willie Flowers with the NAACP Maryland State Conference. Very happy to be in your company again. It's always a joy to be in the judiciary. This bill just speaks for what it is. We want to, first of all, say that we support Senate Bill 767 in its entirety. Certainly thank the senator for presenting it. But the bill is shaped so that we don't have these concerns about hate groups, neo-Nazis and this kind of thing infiltrating police police departments, because that's kind of a common thing that happens these days, consistent with what the deputy commissioner explained about January 6th. There's a long line of people who participated in that action who were not only elected officials in this body, but also police officers from our state. And these background checks would have allowed the screenings to reveal those realities, and we would have known who in our state were participating in these types of activities. The bill speaks for itself. I was very happy to hear that it passed in the last term, and we support a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I say one other quick thing? Sorry, but I omitted this from my testimony in an effort to be fast. It's important. This is a local bill, and many of you know we're still under a consent decree. And it's also important to note that this legislation makes Baltimore City Police Department adhere to the provisions of the consent decree, which actually require them, the language in the consent decree is it requires them as part of their background checks and investigations to evaluate the social media accounts of candidates. So that's also important to note. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify what you said, Senator, so this is just for Baltimore City currently?
It's a local bill, yes.
Okay, I didn't see that part, but thank you. That was going to be one of my questions, so thank you. I just want to I heard some acts being referenced by members of the panel, and whoever would like to speak up can feel free to speak up, but we're saying that, having this type of legislation in place would have stopped some of these other egregious actions. And I'm curious as how you're justifying that, if it's just a statement that's being made, it seems like, or is there actual valuable factual data referenced to that?
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. So again, let me be clear here. So in retrospect, I don't know the specifics about Memphis. What I can tell you is that those officers all had about 5 years of service.
Right.
So in that 5 years of service, the reality is I don't know whether or not Memphis is actually using this as a tool, but I can tell you that as a part of screening, and if you're in specialized units, this, along with other tools, are used, and that includes whether or not you're getting a mental health check, whether or not you're getting other screenings to ensure that you comport yourself just as the vision and the mission of the agency. Going back to the events of January the 6th, I don't think that that's, I think that that's a public matter, that we use social media to evaluate who was there. And there were some also public media screenshots of participants that are in law enforcement that are from the state of Maryland. We did not have any from Baltimore City, to my knowledge, but of the state of Maryland that were participants in the act of January the 6th. So that's specifically what I'm speaking of. I'm not making a broad inference.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Commissioner. So, but that doesn't apply to anything in here. I mean, we wouldn't be able to still use what's in this bill, even in the Memphis unfortunate events that happened in Memphis. This is for an applicant's background. So the 5-year ongoing being in a specialized unit, that doesn't apply any longer.
So what I'm saying, what my perspective is in that regard, as a person who oversees recruitment and responsible for retention, the reality is when you're recruiting a person, their character shows up through many threads of that application process.
Agreed.
That includes their use of social media and how they comport themselves in that vein. So I'm not suggesting perhaps that those events could have otherwise been altered, but I think that the agencies would have understood better who they had as a part of the team.
So I guess that's what my problem is that we're making such vague references as trying to prohibit these things, but we actually have nothing to stop people from actually going in and looking at their social media account that they have in place. Now this bill is, I'm just curious as to what problem has caused the crafting of this specific bill. What is this an answer to? What problem are we trying to solve in Baltimore City Police? I'm just curious. I don't understand where this bill comes from that's asking for this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. I don't want to speak for the Baltimore Police because I think Deputy Commissioner does a better job of that.
She does a great
But again, like I referenced in the consent decree, so it stems from the research and the report done by the Department of Justice that determined that Baltimore Police Department had a pattern and practice of discrimination, but also it's been found that over periods of time, there are within Baltimore City and other agencies, this isn't a secret to anyone in this committee, that there are agencies that have been infiltrated with white supremacists and other persons that are undesirable. And so the problem that this seeks to address is to be able to, so that people can't hide who they truly are in order to get into a police department. I think that's the purpose of it.
And I understand that, and I'm all about transparency. But again, we're making a veiled reference about people being white supremacists. If this is something that has happened in Baltimore City or during the recruitment,
It's happened all over the place. I can point to.
But there's nothing specifically referencing it. I mean, I could make a veiled statement that this is happening everywhere else, and if I don't have anything to factually support it, it's just that, it's just words.
So if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's been stated, but let me expressly read it to you. And this is an excerpt from the federal consent decree.
Okay.
Implementing pre-employment screening mechanisms, including of applicants' social media platforms to ensure their suitability based on skills, temperament, and goals for policing, including the community policing principles required in this agreement. So in part, this will allow us to be compliant to the federal law.
Well, we are compliant because they can still go and review their social media account. Now we're asking for personal information to go into personal accounts. So the problem I have with this, Deputy Commissioner, is not that we're trying to be transparent. My concern is that at what point do we take this piece of legislation and we say, oh, okay, well, Baltimore City put this in place and we're trying to use it when we're already having recruitment issues in law enforcement across the board, right? It's a fair assessment. We're having retention issues. We put this in place and then all of a sudden we say, you know what? We're going to do as a series of proactive measures. We want to expand this now and we want to do it to active police officers because we want to make sure through a review every 3 years or whatever that we can have access to all their personal information and passwords.
So that's not the goal. Just as it was stated when Mr. I'll tell your name, Nina. Demolis presented, that it is with the intent is in the presence of the person, their
Sure.
device, and that applicant recruiter. It is not the goal to retain the password or the personal information beyond that point. That is not the goal of this. So as you have stated, I'm making a certain assumptions. I want to be very clear that it's not the intent of the organization or the bill.
And that's what I want to be clear on because I
Yes,
agree
sir.
with you. I don't want the intent to be lost and then get us into the weeds somewhere else. I don't have a problem with doing very thorough background investigations. I'm in full support of that. You know, I've been in police work for 28 years plus myself. So I'm in full support of that. What I am concerned about is the intent versus the collateral consequences, because then we're like, oh, kind of like the old saying, you know, you got the camel's got the nose under the tent, and then all of a sudden we're going to do it to active police officers and violate their privacy rights
So
on down the line for currently active police officers.
but adversely, the collateral consequences, if we did not use this as a tool, that will number one have us compliant and then understanding those on the team. But then adversely, if something occurs, then the concept from community will be, you should have known. And then the question will bear, how should we if we didn't have the ability to?
But we have no examples of this to cause, and I agree with you, but we have no examples specifically that this bill would have changed or had it been in place that would have facilitated removing this situation to this one employee being engaged in their capacity as a law enforcement officer of the community. That's my concern, is that we're looking to solve a problem with this before we have ever, and I'm all about proactivity. So don't get me wrong, Deputy Commissioner. I see your eyes, you're getting excited.
Yes, because
so I'm about the proactive part of it.
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear that the intent is noble and just.
Yes.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. The concern is, and just, we can talk on a sidebar. I don't want to belabor it,
absolutely.
But the concern is that it slips into other areas, which should always be something that looked at and we have a discussion about.
I agree, but you said the language before it is a problem. You're making the assumption that it is not one because we're not here discussing personnel jackets or discipline, which isn't able to be discussed in that way, unless it's something that is.
Well, they are able to be discussed.
Unless it's something that has already gone through the
Instead, we're
adjudicated
discussing
process.
my DMs from when I was in college, and I'm DMing my girlfriend, and as long as I'm sitting there with you, you can look at them. But okay, Senator West, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know. I think I probably should talk to the commissioner, deputy commissioner. Could you answer some questions? So one thing I like about this bill is it's a one-time shot. You only do it at the time you're interviewing someone to become employed. You're not doing it again and again and again during the course of employment. That seems to me good. But I'm in a law firm and I've got some lawyers in the firm who are labor lawyers. And they advise clients on what sorts of questions they can ask during an employment interview and what sorts of questions they're not permitted to ask. Are you a health resources officer? Do you interview people? Have you been advised of what questions you're allowed to ask and what questions you're not allowed to ask?
So that's a very good question, sir. So as a deputy commissioner, that is not my daily assignment. I can tell you, we do have lawyers on staff, and there are questions that we're not allowed to ask.
Exactly.
As a law enforcement agency, there are questions we're
So
not
for
permitted
example,
to
if
ask.
you're interviewing someone, you cannot say, what is your sexual preference?
Absolutely,
You
that is
can't
correct.
ask that.
That is exactly correct.
To go back to the McCarthy era, you cannot ask, are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Something you cannot ask.
Correct.
And there are lots of other questions that you can't ask in an employment interview, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Here's my problem with this bill. You can't ask those questions, but when you go into someone's social media account, you get the answer to those questions, don't you? You're seeing what that person is saying privately to that person's good friends, and the person will reveal whether he or she is transgendered or a woman likes women or a man likes men. You're gonna find out whether the person is a Mormon, for example, or Jewish.
Those are all protected classes, and those aren't points of discriminatory practice that are points of exclusion for employment.
But aren't you going to find that information out when you go into their social media accounts and use their passwords to get in? Aren't you going to find all that kind of information that you can't ask the person, but you will now find the answers in social media?
The potential exists, but it does not matter because those are not points of discriminatory practice that will participate in to exclude the candidate for employment.
Well, is that true though? If you find that the person supported the people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th and therefore holds that political view, is it not likely that you would use the fact that that person holds that political view as the reason why you're not going to give that person a job?
Then that would be a violation of the law, would it not?
Well, then why do you want to know? You're the one who brought January 6th up earlier.
I did,
Yeah.
because that was a criminal act.
Now,
There's a difference.
Well, I'm not talking about someone actually participating in January 6th. which
That's
was
the part that I'm
definitely-
speaking of,
but if
is the
someone has a
participation of the criminal act.
So if you go to the social media accounts and you find that they went there on January 6th, that might have one result in terms of their employment future. But if you really find they support the people who went there on January 6th, you couldn't take that into account. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, I'm not suggesting your question of me. It was whether or not that person would be excluded from employment if I knew those things about him and her. I'm simply saying that any of the protected classes, whether we agree or disagree, there wouldn't be points of exclusion for employment.
I thought that was the whole reason to get into the social media. You're only doing it once. You're doing it before you employ the person, and you're going to use that information to help you decide whether to employ them or not, right?
So the purpose of looking, I'm sorry, were you about to say something? And the purpose of looking, it is a tool. It is not the sum, it is a tool. So you're looking at the total sum of a person and his or her character for consideration for employment.
But you're saying, I'll finish with this last question. You're saying you can't ask a person whether or not that person is now or ever has been a member of the Communist Party. But if you go to the social media accounts and you see that the person indeed is a member of the Communist Party, you're saying you can't act on it?
I'm saying anything that is in violation of the law of protected class, we will not do. We will uphold the law. That's what I'm stating. You want me to say, if I saw this, what action would I take?
Okay.
I have not seen it.
And then definitely last question. So when the person doesn't get hired and suspects it's because you saw that they're a member of the Communist Party, what are you going to say to the person who then files a lawsuit against you for not hiring them based on some prohibited information? How are you going to defend yourself in that lawsuit? Because you saw that information in their social media account.
Noted, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming and being with and sharing with us today. On the other hand, you could very well detect when you went into someone's Facebook, et cetera. You could probably detect beforehand that they are a member of these groups, the supremacist groups, et cetera, et cetera. And so you could get some definitive information. Is that correct?
So just based on this, based on the laws alone, from my understanding, because I am not an
And
attorney.
I want to know, right?
Right, so please, Senator Carter, if you know otherwise, or Ms. Themelis, jump in here. The reality is, we want to ensure at the end of the day that we're hiring the candidates
Okay.
that best support the mission and the vision
And
of
reflect
our
the community.
organizations.
Right.
So any information that I gain, the
Okay.
applicant is giving me the information in terms of what I'm looking at to consider
I
them
got
as
what
a
you're saying.
hire. We're not going off on our own without the express, yes.
Yeah,
the
I
ex-
got legally, I just got what
Absolutely,
you
the
said,
express
you have to go by
consideration that
legal.
they know, indeed, we're looking at these things. Similarly, so there is an evaluation of that person's credit for the same concepts. How do you show up in your day-to-day in your life? Do you uphold the standards by which we're looking for to have you as a law enforcement officer? And this is yet another tool. I thank you for the question, but the reality is there's express consent.
I got it.
And same would be so in this case, express consent.
Thank you, and thank you for, if I may say, Baltimore City, that's my Hawkeyes Avenue boy. Right there. Thank you.
Born and raised, and I still do reside. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I had to say that.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this bill, and thank you for your testimony today and your service to our community.
Yes, sir.
It does say here that there's a lot of questions about the need for this. Why do we need this? It seems like there was a consent decree that happened that requires this and says that Baltimore City should use this and shall. Can you just describe that a little bit? And who came up with this consent decree
So as you very well
and this
know,
recommendation?
thank you so much. I appreciate that, Senator Washington. As you very well know, after 2015, the events of the riots of 2015, we were examined and we were found guilty of a pattern of practice. And from that, we have the most robust to date consent decree in the history of the United States, with hundreds of pages and quite a few paragraphs, more than 10 or more than 15, upwards of 200 paragraphs. So in that, the Department of Justice, the federal body, gave us the instruction about how to evaluate our potential candidates for hire. And that's the 3 lines that I read aloud are an excerpt of the federal consent decree. As you all know, as the Department of Justice, as the federal body, we don't look to be outside of federal compliance.
Correct.
That comes with the stiff penalty of imprisonment. I don't think I'll look good in stripes.
Or funding could be taken away.
Or funding could be diminished or taken away.
Because you
there are
don't adhere to this. Is that right?
Absolutely. And there are a list of other potential consequences that we could endure as a city, not just as a police
But
department.
there's also things that, it's not always race or gender bias or things of that nature. It could be, I don't like Baltimore City. I don't like Baltimore City. I don't like the people of Baltimore City, and you're reviewing it and you see it on their social media site. Would that person then be eligible? For instance, that could be something that you look at and see and say, do they uphold the values of the city of Baltimore? And if you see something like that on there, would you want to hire that person?
Your personal views aren't what we're necessarily looking to scrutinize, is you as the entire package of candidate.
Correct.
So that wouldn't be anything we would take an action on.
Okay, because I've seen it where in one of my municipalities, a police officer, actually it was a deputy chief, said something really horrible about Prince George's County and the people of Prince George's County.
A bias.
And it was a bias, exactly. And these types of things fall into that category that you will see on social media and not necessarily in other paperwork or forms of or professional forms. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I do have a couple questions before I want to give you an opportunity to address what I view as some serious problems with the bill. And anyone can do it. So, I know you read the consent decree and there's, it talks about, whoever, what type of screening cannot be done through open source collection? Meaning, why do you need someone's password? Why can't you just look at and screen? Because the password, and to be clear, the consent decree doesn't say you got to get their password, you got to do a deep dive into their social media. It says whatever it says, you read it back to me, but it doesn't say you got to get their social media passwords. Because look, here's what's going to happen. I've had a social media profile since I was in college. Okay. Now, if I turn that password over to you, even if I turn the screen over, you're going to have access to my direct messages, my DMs from my girlfriend at the time, or my friends about the party last night. And why do I just I have to just trust you with that information? And what information that you're looking to draw upon is not available through open source collection?
That is a really good question, Senator Smith. Thank you so much for that. Open source, there's an assumption made that who you see on open source is indeed the person. I don't know about you, but I know many who's had their social media accounts hacked. And from it, there have been cloned accounts that have occurred that wasn't necessarily the original user. And there have been other things kind of spewed or viewed that don't hold validity. So in open source, it is a tool that has to be validated. And hiring the person who owns the account is saying, this is indeed who I am, and this is indeed my account. So it takes out the guesswork.
On balance, Vice, open source, Vice, you have access to my DMs from when I was in college. You lean towards the access to my DMs from college? If I want to be a Baltimore City police officer, then you get access to my DMs.
No, sir. So
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to be clear in the question. You just said, if you can start from the beginning, you just said
On balance.
on balance.
Open source collection method, Vice, you have access to all my dark secrets and all my communications with my friends from when I was in college.
So I've never used open source, so I don't know the depth of which you can go behind the pages to see it. I only know from what I know about open source, which is a limited view of what I know as in actually having done it. You can only see what is public facing in open source.
I just find it interesting that when we talk about safeguarding civil liberties, privacy rights, and things like that, that certain organizations are not weighing in on this, because it's peculiar to me. Because, and my next line of question is this: do you then support this type of screening for people that serve on PABs or ACCs?
I don't have an opinion there, sir. I am expressly here about this one.
Flowers, would you care to weigh in on that? Because I mean, if you're being ideologically consistent, I think it's interesting that, because everything that has been talked about in terms of ensuring the high caliber, understanding where people come from, making sure that there's a holistic approach to backgrounds, you have to be ideologically consistent on this stuff.
So actually, I don't. Why? Because PABs and the ACCs, they're not given a badge and a gun and some of the highest weight of requirement to perform a duty in splits of seconds that could ultimately take freedom or life. So I want to be sure that I'm clear that I'm not here to speak blanketly about, per se the views.
So if someone just said, hey, like, I'm applying to be on a PAB or an ACC, and their social media says, I hate cops, I hate them, that's not a relevant inquiry?
It is not a relevant inquiry.
I mean, you understand why we're asking the hard questions.
I do, and I appreciate the hard questions, but I want them couched with what is appropriate. That I'm talking about candidates that are applying to become law enforcement officers. I am not talking about members of community that will join the PAB or the ACC. I am talking about a limited scope for a specific purpose.
No, I'm asking you that question. Yeah,
yes, sir. No, so my views there don't align, because as an agent of the agency, I am simply here discussing what we're asking for in support for law enforcement. I am not applying that same ideology to anyone that shows up to hold accountable a body, to include the police department.
I highly recommend you curtail the level of inquiry. I think it's very invasive for privacy to come into to ask for someone's social media password and to say, hey, look, just turn the computer over. You could be sitting here in the room. I'm just going to do a deep dive. And that's like really invasive stuff.
Again, I don't think that is a deep dive from all that. It is not a deep dive.
You're not someone that grew up on social media. I am, but I mean, there's a generational shift on.
So wait a minute, Senator, are you suggesting that I don't know the depths of social media? And though I did not necessarily, it didn't start when I was born. I have 4 children and 7 grandchildren. I'm acutely familiar, Senator, with social media and how it works.
Touche.
And I'm an investigator, if I'm nothing else, and a nosy woman. So I know how it works.
As was evidenced by your knowledge of open source intelligence, but
yes.
I rest my case. But I think there's some serious structural problems. I personally am not going to be able to pass this bill as is. I mean, there's no way that's a possibility.
Understood.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just want to weigh in really quickly. Deputy Commissioner already answered the questions that I was going to answer when she talked about the fact that we're talking about specific employment, badge, gun, and a specific consent decree that Baltimore seeks to comply with. But I also think that this is, and if there needs to be tighter language, I think we're open to it, even though the bill did pass the Senate last year. I don't know how I'm not sure why it went from finance to JPR. and those here that know me certainly know that I am definitely in favor of protecting privacy and civil liberties, it is my understanding that this inquiry is a cursory inquiry that doesn't do a deep dive into person's DMs or what someone is saying to you in particular. But there have been instances, and I don't have them today because I didn't prepare all of this, but trust and believe, I know I can pull up specific examples of members of Baltimore Police Department that this would have guarded against, that had certain affiliations and certain ideology or even horrific things that they had on social media. But you can block those settings. You can privatize those settings so that the people can't see the truth. And I think that's what this is seeking to get at.
No, I see you that. I mean, and like I said, it's a laudable goal. I just, we have to balance between like that level of access to your private material and ensuring that we are keeping people on the force that are of high caliber and quality and sound and moral judgment. I mean, it's a balancing test, and it's a hard call. I mean, that's the case. It's a hard call here. So,
thank you very much.
Sorry, Senator Washington.
I just have one more question and comment, Mr. Chair, just based on your line of questioning. I wondered if, we're talking about, I grew up on social media. I was there when Facebook started, and I know how invasive things can be at times. But when you purchase a home and you have to hand over your bank account, is that also considered invasive as well? Could be perceived as invasive?
Indeed, it was when I purchased my home.
And you also got to provide other documents and materials as well to apply. Is that right?
You did.
Is that invasive? I mean, we're talking about being invasive here, but this is really looking at what they're doing on social media, which could be private, and you want to make sure this person their values align with your values. Is that right? Thank you.
Senator, I'd put up my social media over my credit report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to be clear. Fact-finding data in regards to one's financial well-being and worthiness to decide whether or not they might be susceptible to bribery is not an invasive part of it, because it's in there and there's no opinion in that data. It's factual data. However, can we agree on that? Anybody? Bueller?
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
Well, the question was, can we agree on that? That a part of looking into someone's background and their financial well-being and healthiness is a due diligence of the department, because if there is unhealthy practices or large debt, that they could find themselves with an officer who would be susceptible to bribes or theft. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Having access to someone's personal DMs from college some years ago is wholly on a completely different scale than the data of someone's financial well-being. It's just not that we're not comparing apples to apples here.
We're not.
Is what I'm pointing out.
That's
So,
exactly what I'm about to say. So though I'm saying it's fair, there still has not been a direct correlation between this person's financials and then their outcomes, because you'll have people join that has circumstance of life, that are birthed of poverty, might have poor credit or debt, single parent, that doesn't make them more vulnerable to take bribes.
But we don't hire, law enforcement doesn't hire people with super poor credit ratings.
No, we don't.
We do not. So there is positive outcomes from that part of the investigation.
Yes, and you're making the point that I'm trying to state, as in because we use it as a tool, we're able to screen out applicants that are not necessarily able to join the team.
Because it's factual data that's driven by numbers and factual data. Whereas if I have a dialogue with the chairman after we were at a party the night before, which probably isn't going to happen, but while we were at a party the night before, and we have a very candid banter back and forth, that stuff, as long as it's there, is still there to be reviewed. And I could have said something to joking with him that could be completely taken out of context.
Let me be clear, Senator, we're not interested in, and I hear the conversation around private DMs. It is the content that is public facing.
Then you do the open source.
All of that.
It's already there.
I understand that.
It's already there to be seen.
But it is a cursory review. It is not a deep dive as suggested.
It's subjective to the person reviewing the data. And that's what I'm trying to get at. I don't want to have a subjective data source that is allowed to bring personalities or someone that has a differing opinion than the reviewer in certain, whether it's because I'm a Republican, there's probably a fair amount of people that don't like me here, but because I'm a Democrat, there's everybody loves me here. It doesn't matter. We're all human beings. We all want to do, and people that are applying for law enforcement as a whole, and I know you'll agree with me on this part, Commissioner, are good people that want a better outcome for their families and their friends and the citizens and community they serve today and tomorrow.
Absolutely noted, and we do agree there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
I'm sorry. No, somebody else. Okay, I gotta make sure. I got it. When you say balance, you're not necessarily saying that if someone's credit rating is bad, maybe they were in college and you balance it out. They may have a low credit rating and maybe based on the fact, and I'm saying it for a purpose, for a reason. It may be based on the fact that they have a college loan and it affected their ratings, and you're going to take everything
Into consideration.
Absolutely. In order for it to be.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. It is a tool. It is a part of the whole, not the sum.
Okay, so is there any example of you hiring a person, let's say they come from a neighborhood and they've come up and they're doing better for themselves and they want to join, but their credit rating is bad. Are there any circumstances in which you would hire that person?
So what we do is give, so we have, and most law enforcement agencies are this way, you're giving people the pathway as to how to be more a suitable candidate over time.
Another way, because I'm trying to figure out why in our county, we have such a small percentage of Blacks getting through the process. And that helps me to understand, because I understand the Black plight and college and all that.
Absolutely.
And then my last question is, do you know if on higher levels, for example, FBI intelligence, if you apply there, would they also, would it be, I would think it maybe because it's FBI and blah, blah, blah. Would they also automatically look into Facebook or anything else like that? Do they have access to everything?
That's a TSSB.
I understand what it is.
Yeah, that's a higher level of clearance, and they're looking at
I
everything.
know it's a higher level.
So
They're looking, sir, at everything.
And there's a reason I asked it. That's why I
Yes, sir.
prefaced what I said
Yes,
by
sir.
saying.
You're correct.
I know it's higher, and for that and for whatever else is higher, what other agencies would be able to do that? Just from my own personal knowledge, and you answered it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, after that line of inquiry, my wife's gonna want to know what's in my DMs. It's nothing, it's good. It's all clean. It's good. I do have a TSSCI, so there you go. All right. All right. Well, thank you all for this. I appreciate the dialogue. This is a difficult one. So we'll work on it, but this is tough. All right. Thank you very much. We have a virtual participant coming in. It's awesome. All right, good. Yep, Miss. Welcome. You're up. Welcome.
Me? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Hi. I want to do some testimony in favor of this bill 767. My name is Saria Ben of the Policy Foundation of Maryland. We're a grassroots organization focused on state and county level legislation and policy that impact Black, brown, and marginalized communities. I support this bill because, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Sorry. You can go ahead and continue. We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think if you have the YouTube screen open, if you're streaming it, there may be some feedback on that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries. We'll give you some time.
That's where we're going. I'm sorry.
Hey, no.
Let me stop it. I apologize.
No problem.
I forgot.
We'll give you your time back. Go ahead
Okay,
whenever you're
thank
ready.
you so much. Okay, I'm ready. Thank you for allowing my testimony today in support of SB 767. I'm from the Policy Foundation of Maryland. It's the grassroots organization focused on state and county level legislation and policies that impact Black, brown, marginalized, and low-income communities and veteran affairs. I support what this committee did in 2021. Much ado has been about regarding the training of law enforcement officers. However, very little attention has been towards hiring practices. We're in an agency like law enforcement has so much power to impact the community positively and negatively just by the type of individual they hire. In every career track, you will hear about the importance of hiring practices, yet this is not really something we really talk about. Psychologically speaking, people's behaviors and emotions, and it's a complete mental state. So they bring that whole demeanor and to this situation, and that comes through their social media. I can just give you an example in several particular areas where people were in policing groups, secret policing groups on social media, and they had racial and supremacist attitudes. And if that doesn't support the mission of the police department in Baltimore City, I perhaps would think that would be a hiring practice issue. One other point is that it's important to ensure that communities in Maryland are policed by those that have integrity and those given the authority to enforce the law are mentally and emotionally fit to serve the public. And so I feel like this bill attempts to do that. And so for all those reasons, I urge a favorable report for 767. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no questions from the committee, that will end the testimony and the hearing for Senate Bill 767. We'll now hear from Senator Carter with Senate Bill 656. Senator Carter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So luckily for you all, I'm worn out after that last one. I thought it was going to be an easy bill. I thought it was a local bill. And so I didn't have written in my testimony, I didn't have a panel, but I want to definitely bring up and recognize the Strotter family and anybody that wants to testify. You guys heard from them earlier this session. So I want to talk a little bit about what this bill does and why we need it. Mr. Chairman, I also want to say that it's been brought to my attention that you have a bill that there may be some overlap in the intent that I know you're going to present, but I want to talk about my reasons for this bill and specifically what I think is important. So did you all want to come? So first I'm going to give my usual soliloquy. Over the last several months, I've been presented with so many questions, and quite often media will approach me, and it's happened to me at least 10 times, if not more, and say to me, you know, what do you think about this child who did something? It certainly happened to me repeatedly when Nikyla Strotter was killed by the 9-year-old in Baltimore City. And each time that I'm presented with this question, I say that it's horrifically terrible, it's tragic, but the 5-year-old, the 6-year-old, in this case, the 9-year-old, wherever they have been in possession of a gun, there is an adult someplace that is responsible for allowing that to happen. And so under our current law, the current law that covers access to minors with a gun, the current penalty for that, if a minor accesses a gun, is $1,000 fine. And the current penalty for reckless endangerment, the maximum is 5 years or $5,000. But in talking with this family that you'll hear from, and in really assessing where we are with holding adults accountable for access to guns by minors and other people that should not have access to a firearm, we need to tighten up our law here. And so what this bill does is it creates a potential maximum penalty for an adult who's been in legal possession of a gun, who through their negligence, through their failure to protect or failure to secure the gun, knowing when they know or should know that a minor or other ineligible person could have access to the gun, it creates a maximum penalty of 10 years. And I want to speak a little bit about this case. This case with Michaela Strouder is a clear example of the deficiency in our law. Because in this case, it's recently come into the news that the grandmother of the 9-year-old that committed the shooting has actually been charged. And that person is charged with the exact 2 offenses that I've mentioned. And this family, and I think any family, would find the potential penalty wholly inadequate. And if you know me, you know that I am not generally standing before this body asking for enhanced penalties. But in this case, where a life is taken because someone fails to secure a gun when they know a child or other person that should not have access to the gun is likely to gain access to it, I do think that is something where accountability in our law needs to be strengthened. Briefly, according to the research conducted by Everytown Support Fund, there are at least 2,700 unintentional shootings by children that resulted in deaths and 1,366 non-fatal gun injuries. The same study revealed that in 2020 alone, at least 125 toddlers and children ages 5 and under shot themselves or someone else. And that from March to December 2020, unintended shooting deaths by children went up more than 30% compared to the same time in 2019. And so I do think that this is something that we need to take up. Mr. Chairman, I know you have a similar bill and I don't want to overlap or override, but I actually believe that this bill narrowly tailored to an adult who causes or through their negligence causes a child or other ineligible person to gain access to a gun, and that gun is discharged and a person dies, I really believe that strengthening the potential penalty is the right move for us to make. And while we want to make sure that that child potentially gets services, which is the other bill that I brought this year, the child is still the child and the adult somewhere is responsible, and that's who needs to be held accountable under the law. Thank you. Who would like to come next? And for the record, I want to point out that today my last bill, I'm joined by law enforcement, and today I'm joined by Steve Kroll. And Senator Folden still objects to my bills.
Good afternoon. My name is Donyette McCray. I'm the caregiver, the great aunt of Michaela Strouder, who lost her life 6 months ago. The gun law, I'm looking for accountability. I'm not saying $1,000 fine in 5 years is not going to bring back Kayla. I'm just asking for accountability. If this parent would have had that gun secure and locked, Kayla would be here to celebrate her sweet 16 with us. She would be here with us living, enjoying her teenage years. But because this parent did not make sure that this gun was sealed and put away, this kid was blatantly walking around with this gun and had access to this gun. And because she didn't take the time to notice that the gun was not there or whatever, I just feel like it's unfair. She still has her grandson. We don't have Kayla. Kayla's gone. Kayla's never coming back. It needs to be an accountability. It's so many kids that we're losing because of accountability, and parents or relatives or whoever is not securing their gun to keep the rest of the kids safe. We need to save our kids. We need to get a better strategy. I'm just asking for people to be held responsible for leaving a gun out.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to you, ma'am, that I know the colleagues on our committee, I know our chairman on our behalf, from the time we heard about it and followed it, you have our prayers, you're in our prayers, and there's nothing we can do about what has happened, but just know that all that's taken into consideration. But on the personal note, we pray for you and we pray for what you have to carry. Thank you for letting me say that to you.
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
All right, so again, my name is Renard Parks. I'm her nephew, and also this is my dad. Served as a big cousin to Nakayla. And one thing that we wanted to leave here today was that there is a focus for our family on the longer sentencing and a bigger fine, specifically 10,000 and 10 years. Because what we're finding throughout this process and others across the country is, as she stated, these guns in these situations are being held by somebody that we know of. They're not ghost gun situations. When I'm finding with the youth that I work with in the city as well, they look up to the people that are on the corner. They look up to the people that will ideally put them in these situations or offer these guns. So on two sides, we're dealing with a major issue, right? Ghost guns, and we're possibly going to say that we're not going to hold a parent accountable, right? And at some place, we need to be able to hold a stronger law, because what we foresee happening is if a parent is afraid that they may go to jail for 10 years or they may have to pay a bigger fine, then what is being taught in the home may change. They may be a little bit more on these children about what they're accessing, not just outside in the physical world, but in their mental diet as well, right? These kids are fascinated with guns. They're fascinated with the ability to get it and to point it at someone, whether they're having a real gun or not. And this is something that we're seeing from all age ranges down to the 3-year-old who just shot himself in Florida, right? His ability to get a gun and know that he can point it at himself or someone else is a deeper issue. And that's what we're focusing on, that this is something that only can be changed by who? The parent in the home. The tale of the tape of these two homes, unfortunately, is a part of our family, but both parents are going through drug abuse. Both parents are going through not having the adequate resources or being the adequate parents to then pass that down to the children. And the incumbency, we believe, is on the parent. The incumbency is on them. And we're all gun owners. I want to leave that to say, sorry, not all of us, but we're all pretty much gun owners other than my dad. We understand the nomenclature of a gun. We don't believe that a kid should know that, but the best way for us to protect them is to utilize our proper rules. And if we hurt somebody because we don't utilize the proper responsible rules, it doesn't matter the case. We need to take that responsibility and sit down for it. So that's what we're here to call for, accountability on all cases. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Daniel Jarvis, the great uncle for my niece Nakayla Strawder. We as a family is actually here today in support of the Senate Bill 656 because it's the right thing to do. In response to our public safety, as well as the public health crisis with young children being fascinated with firearms. Again, I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago when I was here, when you have the 6-year-old in Newport News, Virginia, the 9-year-old in this case, the 12-year-old in our neighboring county in Anne Arundel County. As a matter of fact, this county, Anne Arundel County, as well as my son indicated, the 3-year-old child who lost his life in Florida this past weekend. Negligence, and these are individuals who are just innocent young kids. And so we have an opportunity. This bill here supports the fact of a tougher penalty. One of the things we learned from the investigation in our case is that this young kid had the firearm for over 2 weeks, at least at minimum 2 weeks. and $1,000 fine? Misdemeanor? What would be the antecedent to change the behavior? Right, and so this bill here supports, it's not about, we want to say this too, that it's not about infringement on Second Amendment rights. It's about holding accountability for those individuals who own firearms, right, in negligence, which leads to the ultimate heinous crimes, in this case, such as this case, death. More importantly, and I think circumventionally, this legislation also protects our children from preventable trauma. Thank you.
Before Mr. Kroll gets up, I just want to say thank you to the family for coming up. And you all have provided, you've been down here before and you provided fantastic testimony because you're sharing your personal story. And again, we, as Senator Muse said, our hearts are with you and we pray for you all the time. And I appreciate you coming down here, but you've also identified just the layers of complexity for this problem. I mean, I just thought you all laid it out perfectly. So I just want to say, you're taking time out of your day and your life to come down here and do this, and it's much appreciated. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator for Maryland, Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, and I've been prosecuting cases since 1984. I want to send my heart and prayers out to the Straughter family. What you just said was just remarkable, and I couldn't agree with it more. Senator Carter, you and I don't get on the same table together, but thank you for sponsoring this bill. This is one of those. And what I'm here to say is I feel for this family. My heart goes out to them. We're asking for a positive report, not just favorable, but positive report, if that's possible, a positive direction. I know this committee doesn't like to do additional and mandatory penalties, but this case cries out for it. The Straughter family asked for that, and I can only say thank you for being here today. That's from my heart, not just who I represent, but my heart to you. I would ask for a favorable report to Senate Bill 656. And Senator Carter, thank you for asking me to come up here.
I sense what you're doing. I want to ask you or Senator Carter a question because I think we've reached a point here where we know we have to do something. Could this or would this bill also, if I know it applies to a parent or et cetera, would this also apply, and maybe that's another bill that you and I can work on, to show how does it affect the adult who on the street is passing guns to kids because of his drug trade, et cetera, and it may be something to that, and I don't know the answer, or these kids who are making these guns, they're getting the parts from someplace. They're getting everything that they have from someplace. They're 10, 11, 12 years old. They're not just going and building them. Maybe that's a place, and that's my question to you or you, where we can really make a dent with some legislation and know that we're really absolutely bringing numbers down and getting something done to go after them, period, no matter who the adult is supplying it. Does this bill do that, or is it something we're looking for another bill?
It would be another bill,
Okay.
but if we also I just want to point out that MSA is also in support of the next bill, Senator Smith's bill. So if you take that bill and this bill and add what you're talking about, we're happy to work with you on that.
I want to work with you on that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I was looking at the opposition's testimony against this legislation. And it generally testimony against bills like this, you have the people saying that you're trying to take away a law-abiding citizen's right to whatever. But if I'm reading this bill accurately, when you define the term ward, that the definition in and of itself is somebody who shouldn't be having possession of a gun. Am I correct with that, Reed?
That's correct.
So
I think that's the issue because it's not only children, but also there are adults that are persons that are ineligible and incompetent to be able to properly possess a gun or own a gun.
So within this definition ward, this isn't necessary, this bill isn't, let me, if I can ask Mr. Kroll, this bill could not be used to prosecute someone who legally possesses a firearm. Am I reading that right?
Well, if they're negligent, if they negligently fail to store it and a child or ward gets hold of it, discharges it, and a death results. So it should say, if it doesn't, it should say child or ward that is under the responsibility of the legal gun owner. If it doesn't, it's certainly something we can work out.
No, yeah, child award is on line 11. The penalty where it talks about the 10-year felony, it goes back to C2, where it says a person may not violate paragraph 1 of this subsection. Oh, again, Mr. Kroll, how would you be able to use this to prosecute someone that's not illegally possessing that's not in
The way it's written, absolutely.
Thank you.
I should let you answer the question.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of my questions was almost exactly in line with Senator Sidnor's, which was a great catch, because when you read this, we're talking about, a ward who is an adult, and it's defined by saying prohibited from law or prohibited by law from possessing a firearm and the subject of a legal guardianship. So I need to figure out why we added the second part, because to Senator Sidnor's point, when you go to line 11, it talked about the child or ward's access to a firearm was obtained as a result of an unlawful entry. It doesn't talk about like the negligence part that I think you're trying to capture. So just be aware of that. But I am curious about the subject of the legal guardianship. How is that coming into play in any of this?
Probably an inartful drafting. And I didn't talk about this, but there are potential amendments. When I looked through the bill, I noticed there were some things I thought could have been improved and maybe even more. But I'll tell you the intent and I'll tell you why it probably turned out that way. What I tried to get at in making my request to the drafter is I didn't want it to apply to any random person that shouldn't have a gun, but specifically where there is a responsibility of that adult, where that adult knows or should know that there is a child either in their custody or guardianship that could easily acquire the gun.
So
That was the goal.
that's my question. That kind of takes me into my next thing, because now you're making a requirement of this to be that they have legal guardianship of a child. But what we
Well, it could be, well, I think the law already says knows or should knows, and certainly if someone has legal
It says
custody, guardianship.
I understand, but what it says here is the subject of a legal guardianship. My concern is, and we've had this discussion, Senator, where we have, as a result of some of the other legislation that's come before this committee, we have 12-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds that are being used as mules to carry drugs and contraband in Baltimore and other areas where this activity is happening, because the then ward, who isn't allowed to possess the gun, knows he won't be arrested, and nor will the child, because we're not allowing them to be accountable for having such a weapon, but they're allowed to carry that weapon because, as was pointed out before, I think it was the gentleman to your left made a very valid comment. These kids see certain activities on the block and they're like, look, that's a guy I want to be. He's always got money. He got a gun, and that's not what,
That's not this bill. That's not this bill. That's not the intention of this
I
bill.
understand that, but this bill is a part of that, because what I'm saying is that by your word, by the qualification or the definition of your word ward, the person providing that child with a gun, because he's not their guardianship, is not in this bill. He's not captured and liable if that young man were to shoot somebody.
Well, I'm open to potential amendments to the language. I actually spotted some
Mr.
problems
Kroll,
with the
is that
language.
correct? Because
And
I'm having,
that's not my reading of it, but if you say
I'm
so.
having a hard
okay.
time like Senator Sidnor with some of the stuff.
Is that your reading
because-
of it, Mr. Chair? So let me just, I'm gonna repeat this. The goal was to say that not just a child, but someone else that is incompetent, maybe they have an intellectual disability, but they're subject to the control of the person that legally has the gun. I didn't think it was enough to say a child, because I think there's other people that can be held, not to be held as accountable as a child is. So if someone is intellectually challenged and has a person that has guardianship over them, I mean, the issue is the point of this bill, and again, I have some specific language I wanted to change that I didn't go through, but and if it needs to be tightened up, that's fine.
Okay.
But I don't intend for this bill to apply to anyone other than the responsible owner that through their negligence, their failure to secure, where they knew or should have known that such a person would gain access, they did,
But-
and then they discharged the gun, and then the gun results in the death.
But your bill says that it's not the responsible owner because they're irresponsible because they're prohibited by law from possessing said firearm.
That wasn't the intent. Like I said, if the language needs to be changed, it does, but I do want the ward in there because the ward is the other person should be equated with the child, but not the lawful gun owner. And I did have an amendment that I didn't present, drafted, which basically clarifies that the owner of a lawfully acquired gun may not store or leave a loaded fire gun in a location where the subject person, be it a child or a ward, knew or should have known that it was there. So that's the language that I've
No,
got.
I understand. So I just want to be fair. I mean, I understand what you're intending to try to do, but the language, the words are important. I mean, they are.
No, I think they really are important. And I think that there are a few areas in this bill that could be improved with language, but I think that's not to put the burden on the committee, but that's what we do. We take good ideas oftentimes and we fix the language to make them better. Sometimes a bill doesn't always come out of DLS perfectly. I think this is an example. In fact, I discussed that with the Strader family a little bit earlier.
Right.
And I can happy to pass out my potential proposed amendment and see if that fixes your problem.
Okay, thank you. And then, it just seems like we have this being guilty of a misdemeanor, but then we have it up to 10 years. I mean, that just seems
The
kind of,
bill doesn't say misdemeanor.
it says a person of this
Oh,
who
well, that's
violates
like
this
second-
section is guilty of a misdemeanor.
Oh, that's like second degree assault.
But that's what I'm saying. You have it listed as a misdemeanor, but you're giving them up to 10 years in prison.
Just like second degree assault in our current law. Our current law on second degree assault, it's a misdemeanor, but it's subject to potentially up to 10 years.
Okay.
Although I don't think that's what the bill says.
All right,
though.
and then, I just want to say, and then, I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I echo the same sentiment as Senator Muse. It's an awful, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, and I'm
My
very,
bill doesn't actually say that, though. I'm not sure what version you have, but
are we not on Bill 656?
we are. But
I'm
maybe,
looking at line 26, or I'm sorry, line 24, 23 and 24.
so that's the current law. The bill, the new
Yeah,
language
but
of
you
this law.
added in the penalty, the heavier penalty,
And
but
look
still
at, read the
leaving it
whole
as a
sentence
misdemeanor.
under two.
It becomes a felony.
Oh, okay.
But nevertheless, we
got
do have a misdemeanor in current law that's 10 years, which is second degree assault. So it's
Okay.
not an unheard of concept if
Yeah,
it did
sure.
say that, but it
No,
doesn't
no,
say
I
that.
got you. And then, so,
It says that with
and
my
I just want to
amendment.
point out one thing, and this is really to see that hopefully we can collaborate together on something like this and spearhead in the future. Because we seem to kind of, it's a terrible incident that happened with this prohibited gun ownership in the first place. And we don't want, we do want to we want to keep kids safe. But when I look at when I look at some of the other data, another issue we're dealing with is like the opioid issues. And we have, according to the Maryland CDC, prescription drug rate death is like 179% more than the rate of death from firearm accidents and homicides combined. but we don't have any parallel legislation on prescription drug storage in homes. So that's just something that we can have, hopefully as another discussion on the side, but it's just, I find it, that we want to legislate and push this, but we have one that's at a horrible rate afflicting our communities, and we're not willing to take a similar stance. So I'm hoping we can do that. Wouldn't you
Certainly,
agree?
I would
Wouldn't you
agree
agree,
that there are many areas of our laws where we seem to be hypocritical and where we're schizophrenic on how we treat this person versus that person. And I believe that there's lots more work we can do, but we got 4 years at least.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I first read this bill, I thought it seemed like a good bill. Then I took a look at the testimony of Maryland Shell Issue. So can I just read you about 5 sentences from their testimony? Actually, Mr. Kroll, I'd like to talk to you instead of the sponsor. Could I do that? Because you're
Because he's a subject matter expert.
well, yeah.
No, I like that. I like that you think that.
What Maryland Shell Issue is arguing is we don't need this bill. We already have tools in the toolbox to deal with this. So here's what they say. A failure to store a firearm properly can be and has been charged under Maryland's reckless endangerment statute, which is criminal law section 3-204. Goes on, it says, in our view, the reckless endangerment statute sets the appropriate legal standard for the imposition of the severe penalties contemplated by the bill and effectively makes this bill unnecessary. That statute provides that, quote, a person may not recklessly, 1, engage in conduct that creates a substantial risk of death or serious physical injury to another, close quotes. A violation is subject to imprisonment not exceeding 5 years or a fine not exceeding $5,000 or both. This statute is already being used to address recklessly allowed access to a firearm by a child. The same statute is equally applicable to recklessly allowing access to a firearm by a prohibited person who's also a ward of the defendant. Section 3-204 could easily be amended to provide for an increase of penalties to 10 years of imprisonment and a fine of $10,000 where a person recklessly allows access to a firearm and death results from the use of that firearm by the ward or a child. Do you agree that reckless endangerment could be used right now to prosecute these cases and that the penalties could be adjusted to make them similar to the penalties in this bill?
Senator West, I know you wanted to hear from Mr. Cole, but I already addressed that in my testimony. And so my answer is no.
Okay.
And what I had said is that the person in this case that was the grandmother and legal possessor of the firearm of the 9-year-old that shot Nikayla Strouder, she has been charged, and she has been charged under reckless endangerment, which carries a potential maximum sentence of 5 years and a fine of $5,000. And she's been charged under the part of our statute that says that prohibits access to guns by minors, which is a potential penalty of $1,000. And that's the part I think that we want to address. And I guess my answer to your question is certainly we could add to reckless endangerment that if it results in the death of a child involves a firearm, that maybe the fine goes, the sentence goes more from 5 years to 10 years. But I actually think this is a more specific need because reckless endangerment could be anything. I think that it really should deal with firearms and be firearm specific. And I think that it should involve when someone is charged with the care and custody of both a firearm and a child, they ought to be responsible and accountable in a way that is greater especially when that gun is discharged and it results in a death like it did in this case. So the answer is, I think they're saying, well, this is already covered. I'm saying it's covered, and the family is saying it's not enough. But that being said, Mr. Cole can go now.
Mr. Crow, do you have anything extra to add? Do you agree with the Maryland Shell Issue that section 3-204 does cover this under the reckless endangerment could be used to prosecute someone who irresponsibly allows a child to get hold of a gun?
Could. The problem, Senator West, is after 39 years of doing this, and after hearing constantly the Strouder family and other families like them, to hear their sad story and to hear them come in here and tell that story to us, how hard it is for them when they sit here, that 5 years is quite candidly not enough, but it's just an embarrassment to them. When you deal with families like this, 10 years isn't even enough, but we're willing to accept 10 years and a felony must be there. It is not enough when you deal with families. 5 years and a misdemeanor of reckless endangerment. If you try to raise it, the defense bar will be coming in here and saying, don't do it, and give you a lot of different reasons why. When you talk to families, good families like this, the bad things happen to you, try to explain to them that 5 years is the limit and they're out on parole after 25% because it's not a crime of violence. What does that say? It says we don't take you seriously, but 10 years in a felony takes it very seriously, that we care about their lives and we care about their families, and we do.
Well,
It's not enough.
You would agree that we could always amend the existing statute to increase the penalty.
We did what Senator Carter just said. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Actually, Mr. Kroll, you could stay up there because I have a quick question before we switch over to Senator James because it's in line with this conversation. I suspect this exact same argument will be made for the bill that I have before the committee as well.
Except you get Mr. Hill to be on your side.
Yeah, there you go. But no, so the reckless endangerment statute, doesn't it require a substantial likelihood of injury or death?
Yes.
And that's the point. So like just leaving it out or having access to it is not enough to get the conviction under the reckless endangerment statute. So
in many cases, yes.
A nimble solution could be, sliding that into creating a new element or a new mode of charging for under the reckless endangerment statute that if you left something out and your firearm out, then it would fall under this and you could charge under the reckless endangerment statute. I mean, that's another potential path forward is what I'm saying.
Yes, it is. If you look at your statute, you look at this statute, you look at what Senator Muse said before about creating others, there's 3 different angles, 3 different ways to get there.
Yeah.
And it's just a question of depending on the facts of each particular case.
I'll talk about this too in the next bill hearing, but Senator James.
Chairman, good to see you, Mr. Cohen, and my deepest sympathies to the family. I've lost a daughter myself, so I know how it feels. Just to clarify, with regard to a child, any adult could be held liable under this, not just a parent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With a ward, it'll be only an adult who's a legal guardian of that ward.
That's the way it reads.
Okay. And so just so I understand it, we could be sending parents to jail under of the child that was actually involved with the unfortunate shooting.
That's correct.
Okay. Now we have a definition of ward here, and I don't know the answer, so I'm just asking generally. I just want to make sure that doesn't conflict with other definitions of wards or in any way muddies the water. That's we could certainly. I was trying to look up the definition of ward elsewhere in the.
I didn't see any contradictions at all.
And then would a legal guardian be in a position to know that their ward had been prohibited by law from possessing a firearm? And I bring that up only because I know that we have many categories for when you are not allowed to possess a firearm. And I know there's a House bill that's expanding that, it's delicate.
Clippinger's bill.
Bill will greatly expand that. So I just want to understand about how would a legal guardian, do they know that or how would they know that?
Well, the language of the bill is new or should have known. And like I've said a few times, the purpose of including ward was to specifically include someone that might not be a child in chronological age, but would also be someone that was in need of guardianship or adult supervision because they were incapable and incompetent. And so the law would already prohibit such a person from owning a gun, frankly, or having access to a gun. They'd be ineligible.
With respect, Senator, it has to do with newer should have known that the child was going to be unsupervised or the
ward.
So that's not quite the answer to the question. But people become wards for many different reasons, not just because they're in the sort of the example you gave that they're sort of mentally defective or something, right? There's just different reasons to become a ward. I just wanted to know how a legal guardian would know. It may be
if the person were in, so
it may come up in the hearing for guardianship, or maybe
if the person were incompetent ineligible to possess a gun. That's actually the language I gave, but it may not have made it to the bill. Again, I have it in an amendment.
Yeah, I'm just
But
suggesting that.
so
we
if a
just-
person is ineligible, then that's when a guardian would know or should know.
I don't know when in this adult's life they became prohibited by law from possessing a firearm. And I don't know how a legal guardian would know, because I don't know whether that is brought up in the guardianship proceeding. So I'm just bringing that up as something to look at, because I maybe you'd have to change the guardianship proceeding. to
I don't
some
think so, because
disclosure.
we're taught, I don't think so, because if a person is, well, has different issues going on, if they're intellectually disabled, if Maryland law already prohibits this person from eligibility to possess a gun, if the person, I think the law says things like if people are habitual drunkards, addicted to certain substances, they're ineligible under our law. So I'm talking about that person. And so the word I think that we're looking for that may not have made it here, but I definitely gave it, was incompetent and ineligible. They're incompetent to possess or deemed incompetent, and they are ineligible to possess a gun. That's so not being argumentative, but that's the point. And that I have said that.
Okay, well, then that's how it's drafted, and I think your language is fine. I just think that we have to figure out how whether that is readily, I can think of a lot of circumstances, don't want to make this hearing long, in which someone could be legally prohibited from possessing a firearm. And that incident that caused that would be unbeknownst to someone later in this person's life and would not necessarily come up in a legal guardianship. I assure you that is possible. So I think we just want to think through how that person would be able to do that. And then just generally, you may know more than anyone, Senator Carter. We obviously have a problem here with adults and possibly parents not, safely storing their firearms. And we do have a modest sanction here, and then a much bigger one under reckless, what's the term?
Reckless endangerment.
And I know what the family wants, which is accountability, and that may be enough. But I'm just didn't know whether this would also, we have parents and adults that are not being responsible now. Do you think that putting them in jail for 10 years?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not a
I mean,
fan of incarceration for people that are not violent generally, but I do think that the current sanction under law is insufficient. I also think there's degrees of negligence that a court and or prosecutor could ascertain at the beginning of a case. I think there is, and I talked about this to this family. I think there's a difference between someone that actually has a safe in their house, knows they have a child or someone that's ineligible and incompetent that they're responsible for, puts the gun in the safe, locks it with their combination, and nevertheless, the person is, wound up getting the gun. In my opinion, that is not negligence necessarily, but leaving it on the table, knowing that your kid is there and going out to an event, I would say that would be negligence. There's a different level. And I think that this isn't a mandatory minimum, which I do not agree with, but it is a potential maximum. And I think that level of responsibility would be considered in determining what the sanction should be.
And I'm sorry, I came just a couple minutes late in the hearing. So there are cases that you have seen and are worried about in which someone is a legal guardian and the reward has been getting.
No.
No,
But I think the point was, here's what I'm trying to do. Here's the goal. I talk about children. We've talked about 5-year-old, 6-year-old. I think it was mentioned, what is it, a 3-year-old in Florida. So the point is, these are children. They are not competent, one, to have a gun. They're ineligible to have a gun, and they're not making decisions for themselves, right? There is an adult somewhere responsible for their rearing, their guidance, their custody, responsible for them. And there are also other people that happen to not be 5 or 6 years old. They might be 30 years old, but they are still deemed incompetent and basically have someone else that is charged with the responsibility for them. So the goal of the bill was to encompass not just a child, but that same person that might be 30 years old, but might also be treated in some ways like a child.
But you're aware of cases in which wards are This is happening with wards, not.
Well, no, but I think you can't say, well, if you are responsible for taking care of a child and the child gets a gun and discharges it, you can't say, oh, but there's no responsibility if you're responsible for someone that's completely incompetent to take care of themselves and they happen to be 30 or 40 years old and they get hold of the gun. You should not be leaving your gun out or being reckless with a gun in in either of those two circumstances. That's the goal.
Thanks.
Trying to remember my question. Let me ring off for the moment.
Would you
I'll
like
come
me
back.
to bring up Mr. Kroll?
Yes, actually, it was Mr. Kroll, but I can't remember what my question is. I'll come back.
So my questions are also for Mr. Kroll. While you're coming up, Mr. Kroll, let me express my sympathy to the family of Michaela. Thank you for coming down year after year and pressing for this important bill. I can't imagine what you're going through, so I appreciate your being here. Mr. Kroll, I want to ask you about this bill and how it fits in to the larger framework of gun laws, because this is a bill I can support. As the chairman mentioned earlier in a previous hearing, I think there was a clarion call for intellectual consistency. And I think framing this bill in the context of larger gun questions is important. And so this bill is a 10-year felony for a reckless act.
Yes.
But for a purposeful act of theft of a firearm, in many circumstances, what could be the mere penalty for stealing a firearm?
Well, let me just clear up one thing. So Senator Carter doesn't, it's a negligent act, not necessarily a reckless act. Conduct could be reckless and it could be negligent. It could be somewhere in between, but depending on the facts, but it could be either. I want to make that clear. I don't want to just eliminate it to just reckless from there.
Absolutely.
Depending on the value of the gun. So somebody could steal a gun, it depends on the value. Theft over, theft under, whatever it may be from there. So it depends on value. So it's a lot less to steal a cheap gun, a 22 or whatever it may be from there. It could be a 6-month penalty from there. It could be theft under $100, depending on the value that's given to the gun.
So so a negligent act, meaning not a purposeful act, could be a 10-year felony, but the intentional stealing of a firearm could be as little as a 6-month misdemeanor.
Depending on the value of the gun.
And tell me about prohibited persons, because we have a bill in this assembly that another state's attorney has talked about. So for people age 21 and up, prohibited person is for people age 18 to 21, prohibited person is a 5-year misdemeanor. But for people age 21 and up, what is that possible solution or possible penalty?
You talking about Mr. Bates's bill? So it's 3 years.
Okay. And so you could be someone who has a previous felony or some horrific act and then obtain an illegal gun, and that's 3 years. And then under this bill, a negligent act is a 10-year felony.
Mr. Vice Chair, this bill specifically is limited to where that gun is discharged and results in the death of a human being as opposed to simple possession.
No, I get it, but certainly a theft of a weapon could end in a discharge, and a prohibited person who has previously been convicted of a felony has shown a propensity for violence where that discharge may also end up similarly.
My theory on guns, without getting too in depth, because we've taken a position in MSA not to talk about guns. However, when someone is killed and someone suffers like this poor family has done, there must be an adequate penalty for this particular type of fact pattern. A possession of gun may not result in death. A theft of gun may not result in death, but this bill results in death. And there is a line to be drawn. I hate to say line in the sand, I've used that too often, but the line where death occurs to an innocent child and a family suffers like this poor family is doing right now, there must be more than just accountability, must be more than punishment, but there must be a call to say, it's got to be deterred. And if you put the 3 things, deterrence, you put down punishment, you throw rehabilitation, everything else that goes into the factors of sentencing, it says that 10 years, which is different again, because it's a death of a child compared to the possession where there's no death and the theft where there is no death.
I'm agreeing with you 100%. I guess the point I was trying to make is that Lots of the folks who have signed up to testify or provided written testimony in favor of this bill have otherwise opposed previous attempts for felons in possession to move from 3 to 5, or otherwise to strengthen other of our gun bills that we have here in front of us in the assembly.
Well, let's the record reflect. It wasn't the MSA because we're in favor of the 5-year penalty.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Mr. Vice Chair, would you mind me just adding something, 2 cents? I promise not to be long. So, I've given a lot of thought to this, but we make clear lines and distinctions in our law where we say this particular individual has a character and fitness, a background we agree with, is a responsible person. And we hear all the time, law-abiding citizen, when it comes to people that we trust and trust with the responsibility of gun ownership. The issue here is that this is a person that we've already said we trust this person to be responsible, yet and still the person, once we've given them that license, they have then shown irresponsibility, and it's resulted in a child or a vulnerable person, ineligible person, incompetent person, prohibited person getting hold of the gun because of their act or failure to act, and then discharging it and then creating a death. I do think that's a difference. I do think it's a distinction. I am one of those people, I think, that you refer to that say that I don't think that you can equate that with a simple possession of an illegal gun. I think there's a varied amount of circumstances. We never entrusted that illegal possessor with anything. So I think it's different.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And after a few minutes for reflection, I remember my question for Mr. Kroll. So I've never found redundancy to be terribly elegant, but I have never let it stand in the way of accomplishing good public policy. So if we were to pass this bill and leave reckless endangerment on the books, and a single set of facts were to occur, which would enable the state prosecutors to either state's attorneys to either indict someone for reckless endangerment or under this bill, could that set of facts enable a state's attorney to do both, to indict someone for both reckless endangerment and under this bill? And in that case, assuming he got convictions for both, would the penalty be double, or how would that work?
Depending on how it's doing an answer, but the legal part of it is we do it in a lot of other cases. So like in murder, we charge first degree, but it includes second degree, it includes manslaughter. In auto manslaughter cases, we also charge criminal negligence as lesser included or underlying offenses. So we do that all the time. In my opinion, again, depending on how it's written, and the gospel of the word counts, but it would not be double the penalty because it would be a lesser included. It would merge for the sentencing or merge for the purpose of a jury verdict from there. So the answer is, in my opinion, it would not be double the verdict.
Okay, so a person could be convicted of violating both the crime of reckless endangerment and this bill, and would only have one sentence. It would be the higher sentence because the lower sentence would be a lesser included offense.
Depending on the written word, but if everything would match up, it would be a lesser included offense and or merge for the purpose of sentencing.
Okay, thank you.
We do that all the time.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that Senator Carter, we do not overcharge.
Can we talk about?
Whoa, I thought you were simpatico until that line right there. All right. Seeing no further questions, that'll end the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We have 2 people signed up in opposition. Thank you. One's information, one's opposition. So we'll have Mr. Jocelyn come on up, and thank you all very much. Thank you to the family. Thank you. And then Mr. Penick, if you want to come up, I know you're signed up as information.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, John Jocelyn. I signed up as unfavorable on this simply because I felt that, as Senator Carter rightly noted, that the bill drafter didn't do the senator a lot of favors in the language. The section of the law that this addresses was intended and crafted for child access. By introducing the term ward, we've really confused the issue. By making it prohibited, it further confuses it. There are various reasons why a person could be prohibited. It doesn't elaborate on whether it's prohibited by state law or by federal law. You could have a person who is mentally incompetent. You could have a person who's been declared dangerous, either to themselves or others. You could have a person who also has a criminal history. You could have a person who really doesn't have any of those things, but has a medical marijuana certificate. And while not necessarily prohibited under Maryland law, is prohibited under federal law. I think the best way to go with this is to not put it into this section of statute at all, but to address a new point, be it in negligence, gross negligence, wherever is more appropriate. But I think here it only confuses the issue, particularly when you have things like hunter safety involved. That ends up being something that the average citizen isn't going to quite understand. The senator did make reference twice to discharge of a firearm, and I know that's the intent. It does say the child or ward using the firearm and causing the death. They may not have caused the death with the firearm, and they may not have discharged the firearm. I understand what the intent was, but the language isn't here. It's very poorly crafted. Because I looked at it and was scratching my head as to what was the real intent, where we were going with this, I felt that I should be unfavorable as written. That concludes my testimony. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Listen, I apologize for this, but sometimes it happens. So when I went through the bill last night, I looked at and saw some inadequacies in the way it was drafted. Some of it wasn't even my intent. And I just passed up an amendment, and it specifically removes, uses, and has discharge in replace of it. And I'll show you the whole thing. It might alleviate some of your concerns.
Senator, that's why I wanted to speak to you before the hearings, so you would understand where I was coming from in my testimony.
I demand.
I do understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Penning, President of Maryland Show Issue. We're on information only on this bill. We're not in opposition to it. We're not in favor of it. And this is born of my 30-some years at the Department of Justice and jurisprudential considerations. So I get where this family is. I'm a parent and I would want to have these people, the person executed. So that's the retribution. But this bill divorces the underlying sin, if you will, the malfeasance, and that is negligently leaving the gun where a child could get it, from the penalty. So what happened here was not intended. So you're penalizing negligence with a major 10-year sentence, whereas the identical act with the same intention, if it didn't result in the death, it's not penalized. So that's an incoherence. Now, philosophy-wise, do you want to have a retribution system of justice? In which case, this bill fits the bill, because you could justify anything as retribution because you have a death. But Maryland law has never done that before. It establishes a different standard, and that's recklessness, which is why I suggest recklessness in the written testimony. Reckless behavior is indeed punished under Maryland law at a higher level, but not negligence. So that's why I think you can liken this to the manslaughter statute. You can liken it to the vehicular manslaughter statute, which are two separate statutes, and the reckless endangerment statute. Both of them impose gross negligence or reckless behavior, not simple negligence. 10 years for simple negligence sweeps in a lot, and it ought not to be measured by the result of that negligence. It ought to be measured by the conduct that was negligence. And that's just a jurisprudential outlook on how you punish. So I'm happy to take any questions. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penning. So I'm the person who seized on the reckless endangerment argument that you made earlier. So let me give you a hypothetical. You've got some facts, factual predicate, which could either be the basis of a charge of reckless endangerment or a charge under this bill. So let's assume the state's attorney were to charge both, as I suggested earlier to Mr. Witness. So yes, to represent the state's attorneys. So, so both have been charged by the state's attorney. In order to prove those two cases, would the state's attorney have to do more in order to prove the reckless endangerment, or more to have to prove the violation of this bill, or the same in both cases?
It wouldn't be the same because the standard of care is different. This bill punishes negligence. The Reckless Endangerment Act actually says the act has to be recklessly undertaken. So if you prove reckless endangerment,
let me just
you're going to
jump in.
subsume within it this bill, but not the other way around.
If someone's left the gun out and the child's gotten a hold of the gun and killed somebody with the gun, wouldn't that pretty well establish reckless endangerment just by the fact that it happened?
I agree. And it hasn't got anything to do really with the fact that there was a death. That has a happenstance, perhaps. It wasn't an intended happenstance. So if you prove recklessly leaving a gun around, like with a small child, a loaded firearm, that's reckless behavior in my view. And the person who was charged in that particular case, and my heart goes out to the family, was appropriately charged. So that would subsume within it this bill easily. And that means that this bill is kind of pointless, except for the higher level of penalty, which it inflicts for mere negligence. Now, I don't think the state should be penalize people for 10 years in prison for negligence. That's just my personal belief. I mean, you all may have a different view on that, but that's retribution.
And just finally, it wouldn't be hard for us to increase the penalties for reckless endangerment
No,
to
that's
equal the
easy.
penalties in this bill.
No, in fact, you could amend the reckless endangerment statute to specifically address firearms if you want, but I would keep the recklessly standard of proof as an essential element of the crime.
And again, if the only reason why the crime is being charged is because a gun was left negligently or recklessly in the house, and the child got a hold of it and shot somebody.
Yes, and that
So
behavior is reckless.
That in and of itself, it would seem to me, to any reasonable jury, would prove reckless endangerment.
I think it easily falls within the statutory language of the current law. And now I guess I don't know enough about the facts to go into that detail, but it seems on the face of it that that kind of behavior is in fact reckless endangerment.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
But, all right, further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you both very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like with that will complete the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 656. We'll now hear have the vice chair come up. I will present Senate Bill 858. So, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm going to pull, if you could pull up the first panel, which is Karen Herron, Melissa Wiley, Dr. Joe Saccharin, Larry Epps, and then Mike Song is going to be joining us virtually for the first panel. Excellent. Try to get us out of here before dinner tonight. We're going to do our level best, but we'll take all the questions you've got. But yeah. All right, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Senator Smith here to present Senate Bill 858. And as you heard from the last bill, I think there's actually more commonality. In the years past, this bill has been we've had kind of a contentious relationship with advocates on both sides of the issue. And I do think that this year is different. Although we've passed an iteration of this bill, I do think that there's a path forward where we can kind of balance both sides of the equation to have something that actually makes sense and makes us all safer to address a problem, which I will define. And then I'll explain the bill as drafted. And then I'm going to offer the committee some of the ideas that have been tossed around, some of which have been mentioned in the previous hearing, Senator Carter's hearing. But before I do that, I also want to thank Jalen's mother and the family and the advocates that have been here time after time, year after year. And I'm going to defer to you to explain. I mean, you're going to get up here and explain kind of the events that led us here today to have this bill named after Jalen. But I just want to say thank you to the family and to the advocates that have been tireless over the years, advocating on behalf of this legislation to keep us all safe. And so here, we always talk about national statistics and then Maryland statistics. So here are some national statistics, and then I'll drill down on Maryland side. Shootings involving an improperly stored or misused gun in the home that ends in death or injury is obviously a major problem and endemic epidemic in our society. More than 4.6 million children live in homes with an unlocked or supervised gun. Over 70% of the kids know where that gun is stored in their home. Access to gun in the home increases the risk of suicide by 300%. 76% of school shootings are facilitated by kids having access to unsecured and unsupervised guns at home. Gun violence, particularly safe storage, is a major public health concern, as we've all learned over the course of several weeks. Now in Maryland, these numbers are actually a little bit dated, and you'll hear from the advocates some more updated numbers from 2021 and 2022. But every town reports that guns are the leading cause of death among children and teens in Maryland. In Maryland, an average of 58 children and teens die by guns every year, and 82% of these deaths are homicides. Now, in the US, 58% of all gun deaths among children and teens are homicides. More than 700 Marylanders died by gun violence in 2019, an average of 2 people every day. Now, these numbers will be updated by the participants coming behind me for 2021 and 2022. Suicides were 35% of the gun deaths, and homicides were 62%. Now, from 2010 to 2019, the overall gun death rate in Maryland increased 15%. Increases in the homicide rate contributed to the overall change over the course of the decade. And in that same period, our firearm homicide rate increased 31%. And those are shocking numbers that should disturb all of us here in this committee. And I know that some of these numbers were brought up in the testimony with the vice chair's bill a couple of weeks ago. Now, pair that with the new reality that we now live in post Heller and post Bruin. Now, since the Supreme Court decision came down in Bruin in June of last year, we've had a market increase. So before that, so 2022, from February to June, the Maryland State Police issued 11,500 wear carry permits. And I talked about this a couple weeks ago, where it was 80,000. That number had jumped up to 80,000. So from June, when the Bruin decision came down, to now, to December, 92,000 wear carry permits have been issued by the Maryland State Police. Now they're doing more in a month, well more than a month than they used to do in a year. And it's climbing. That number has actually climbed 10,000 since the last time that I gave you those statistics a couple weeks ago. And so that's the Bruin challenge and the new reality set forward by Bruin. Now, some of the proponents are the opponents of the bill, which I hope to bring under our fold and make them at least informational only. I've never seen that from Mark before, so that was good. Maybe we can. Yeah, I know. I hear you. I know. There's our first time for everything. But the opponents of this bill will argue that Heller will prevent us from legally or constitutionally putting in place some of the restrictions and some of the storage requirements that we're seeking to put in place today. And I'll just quote a little bit from, I know it's going to be parroted back later on. They're going to tell you that the requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and is hence unconstitutional. That's what they're going to tell you that Heller says. So you pair this new environment that we are in post Heller and post Bruin, you've got some significant challenges as we move forward. So you've got public safety challenges and constitutional challenges that have emerged since we first talked about this bill several years ago. So the bill before you has 4 components. The bill modifies and expands the existing prohibition related to a child's access to firearms with language that, one, it essentially says where the person knew or reasonably should have known that a prohibited person or an unsupervised minor is likely to gain access to the firearm. And the bill then creates a scheme where on whether the minor or the prohibited person actually gains access and if that minor or prohibited person harms a person. So there's a graduated penalty scale that can be found on page 4. The bill also calls for the Deputy Secretary of Public Health Services to develop a suicide prevention and safe storage guidelines, which I think is a welcomed addition on all sides. It also calls, beginning in fiscal year 2025, the governor to include an annual appropriation of $1 million to the Maryland Department of Health for the development of the guide and funding and grants to support the education of families on safe firearm storage practices, which are recommended by the guide that the Department of Public Health Services will develop. Now, finally, it repeals language that was the codification of existing rule that criminal conviction cannot be used as evidence of negligence or contributory negligence in a civil trial, and that's on page 4 as well. We can talk a little bit more about the merits of what that actually does if those questions arrive. Now, so that's essentially the bill before you. The concepts that I have been thinking about over the course of weeks, and even with Senator Carter's bill, do speak to some of the reckless endangerment statute, to adding another element, or not element, but modality of charging for the reckless endangerment statute. In light of what has been argued in Heller and the new realities of Bruin, we've got to expand the aperture and capture more fact-specific scenarios, things that we discussed during the vice chair's hearing, like if Bruin goes forward, which it has, and as more guns come into public commerce, you're going to have situations in which people are carrying their firearm and going to a private location which prohibits those firearms. Well, what are they going to do with them? They've got to put them in their car or store them away. We've got to think about how we're going to capture those scenarios as well, as we move forward in this post-Bruin world that we're in. It's a much more expansive world, and we've got to have a more elastic solution to this new reality that we're facing. So it may be wise, and I put this out here for the committee to digest and consider, to create a prohibition that focuses on specific circumstances of each case as opposed to the more narrow technical prohibition that we've pondered in this language before us. So as was teased out in Senator Carter's bill hearing, our reckless endangerment statute does offer an option, adding language to the reckless endangerment statute that prohibits a person from recklessly storing or leaving a firearm such that a child or prohibited person can gain access to it may provide for a more elastic solution. There are also some more severe penalties for the reckless endangerment statute than with our current safe storage statute. That's a solution. Now, some say, this may be just a restatement of the law, but again, we talked about how if you're adding this extra element, you're actually, because our reckless endangerment statute requires substantial likelihood of death or injury, you're actually adding this extra modality and changing a little bit of what the reckless endangerment statute does. Another idea to toss in, to sprinkle on top, so to speak, is an idea that was offered by Senator Carter last year, which is to create tax credits for storage devices. Senator West gave me an article from the Washington Post that showed that Virginia did something similar just a couple of days ago. It made an article. It made the front page of, it actually was in front page of the editorial section in the Washington Post. That's another thing we could sprinkle on top. Making sure that a prohibited person making sure that a person is prohibited after 2 violations of the current safe storage statute, or of whatever we put forward through this bill, making that person that gets convicted twice of that a prohibited person, is also another option. That idea was found in the chairman of the Judiciary Committee's bill that he's put forward over on the House. So just kind of taking some of these ideas that can help add a little bit extra. Making someone, and then also, look, there are more ideas that are coming forward in the days and weeks ahead. But again, these are just some of the ideas that I've kind of captured and I think could be useful for our discussions moving forward. The ideas also seek to address, again, those post-Heller Bruin challenges that we face. So with that, I'll rest and let the panel go. I'll stay up here for questions. But again, I want to thank the family and the advocates that have been here week after week, year after year. And I want to reframe this whole debate because I don't think that we are so far apart. People from Maryland shall issue, they want safe storage to be as a priority for them as well. People from Moms Demand Action, people from Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence want this. We have ultimately the same goal. It's just a matter of how we get there. And I've honestly, in my years of working on this, I've never seen that the sides as close as they are now. I'm not saying we're close, but we are getting closer every year. And I will not leave this session without passing this bill. And so I'm committed to working with all of you to make this work. So with that, I'll ask for a favorable report, and I'll stay up here for questions after the panel, but I'll let our panelists go.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Herron, the Executive Director of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. I'm here today in support of SB 858, Storage Requirements and Youth Suicide Prevention, or Jalen's Law. You are going to be reminded today of the heartbreakingly tragic story of what happened to Jalen Willie. You've also heard how the ripples of that or you will be hearing how the ripples of that tragedy will continue throughout that family and community for the rest of their lives. And this scenario restarts daily in this country and compounds the traumas over and over again. You heard on the prior bill from the Straughter family and how they and their community are reeling from an unbearable loss. And all of these incidents are entirely preventable. I actually do think that most gun owners want to behave safely. They truly believe that firearms make them safer. And yet the messaging around firearm ownership and safe practices is anything but clear. While many gun owners are absolutely exercising best practices in how they store their firearms, many still don't. Perhaps those gun owners do not know or do not believe the plentiful research out there that tells us that 4.6 million kids live in homes with loaded, unlocked guns, or that between 2009 and 2018, gun suicides of minors increased by 82%. In those cases of youth suicide, nearly 80% of the time, the owner of the firearm the youth used was either the parent or another relative. Firearms are the #1 cause of death for America's youth, largely because of how easy it is to access firearms in this country. We start fixing this by making sure that we have clear guidance in place that responsible gun ownership starts with storing firearms unloaded and secure. MPGV urges a favorable report on Jalen's Law.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here on SB 858, Jalen's Law. March 20th was a normal day for my 16-year-old Jalen. She would have been 21 on this coming Friday, the 24th. She got up, had breakfast that day, got ready for school, bickered back and forth with her sisters about pants and socks, and got picked up by her friend Jessie to go to school. What is not normal is the 17-year-old shooter decided to bring a gun to school in his sweatshirt pocket. He had access to a gun owned by his father, and because of a few small loopholes in the existing law, he walked up behind Jalen and shot her in the head. The aftermath of losing a child is devastating. Losing one to a totally preventable event is beyond what can be described, but I will try. I am a mom of 10, one of which never got to meet her sister Jalen. I have kids that don't feel safe going to school. I have kids that have mental health issues, depression, anxiety, just to name a few. I have a child with PTSD and ODD, oppositional defiance disorder. Basically, she's angry at the world, especially the shooter, and actually myself. I have an 8-year-old that sleeps with a keychain with his sister's picture on it because he misses her so much. I have a 6-year-old that cannot understand why anyone would bring a gun to school or hurt his sister. And I have that 3-year-old who has never met her sister, who asks almost daily where heaven is. And when we bring flowers to the cemetery like we did on Valentine's Day and will on Friday, she calls the plaque Jalen honey and kisses it because that's what she knows as heaven or her sister. And that's just my kids. You also have a mom who panics every time the kids go to school, a fair, or a place where there are a ton of people. You have a mom that can't stand the sound of balloons popping because even though I wasn't at the school when Jalen was shot, that's what I think of. You have a mom who asks friends' parents if they have guns and if they are properly locked up and out of reach of my kids and their kids. I've said many times, if you have guns, I'm good with that. Just do it safely. If there are a few extra steps, please take them. If it means you have to supervise your 17-year-old with a handgun, even though they have taken a hunting course, please do it. I'm asking a favorable vote in Jalen's law. If it helps keep even one child alive and safe, it's worth it. Children should not be dying because of irresponsible adults that have no consequences of their unsafe actions by not locking up their guns or having access to their guns. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chairman, and distinguished members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here to testify in support of SB 858, also known as Jalen's Law, and just want to recognize Jalen's mom and thank you for taking all that tragedy and turning it into something positive. My name is Joseph Saccharin, and I come before you today not just as a Brady board member, but as a survivor of gun violence, where at the age of 17, I went from being a healthy high school senior to collateral damage after I was shot in the throat with a .38 caliber bullet. And that moment changed the trajectory of my life, and it inspired me to go into medicine, and it inspired me to become a trauma surgeon, where I currently spend most of my time dealing with the daily toll of gun violence at Johns Hopkins Hospital. The views expressed here don't necessarily affect Johns Hopkins medicine. And while I'm grateful to be here discussing with you all probably the most important public health crisis of our time, I'm also incredibly heartbroken and disappointed at having to watch the daily carnage destroying families and decimating communities across this state and beyond. My personal experience as a survivor and trauma surgeon has allowed me to see firsthand that the best medical treatment is prevention. And when you think about the complexity of this public health problem, when you look at unintentional shootings, school shootings, and suicides by minors, we know that 70 to 90% of those firearms are acquired from the home or from homes of friends or relatives. As a trauma surgeon, we come face to face with the horrific reality of gun violence every day. We operate on children who are barely clinging to life because of guns not safely stored. We've had to deliver babies from dead mothers who were gunned down while sitting in their own car. And we care for high school students bleeding to death with pulverized bone and mangled extremities. We need to do something. The bill before you today, SB 858, will encourage responsible and safe firearms storage practices and save lives by updating Maryland's existing child access prevention law to be more inclusive and ensure that fewer minors can and do access firearms. And for those reasons, I strongly urge you to have a favorable report on SB 858. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Larry Epp. I represent Shepard Pratt and the licensed clinical professional counselors of Maryland. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, in this last year, we saw a 6-year-old in Virginia shoot his teacher. We saw parents in Oxford, Michigan purchase a handgun for a depressed teenager who then killed several of his classmates. And we saw an obviously high-risk young adult obtain an assault rifle, ship to his family's home, and commit an unspeakable act of violence in Uvalde, Texas. These are just a few of the most publicized acts of gun violence, and they do not reflect the countless others every day in our news media that indicate as a culture we have become insensitive and oblivious to gun violence, losing our very reverence for the preciousness of human life. As the Director of Outcomes and Innovation at Shepard Pratt and a board member of the Licensed Professional Counselors of Maryland, this is the third time I have come to support Jalen's Law. And this time, I want to communicate to you that the evidence is overwhelming and indisputable that this legislation will save lives. You need only consult the webpage of the T.H. Chan School of Public Health at Harvard to understand that the easy access to guns in the home, the easy access to guns in the community, and our failure as a culture to hold parents accountable for keeping guns safely stored plays a significant role in school shootings and youth suicides. Let me ask you, where do youth who engage in school shootings get their guns? The research shows that they get their guns from their homes, often from their parents. Let me ask you again, where do youth who die by suicide get their guns? The research shows that 80% of youth who completed suicide involve a gun involving a family member, often the parent. In fact, when a gun is in the home, the risk of youth suicide increases 400%. I ask you to support Jalen's law. It is sound legislation and it will protect our youth from gun violence.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to virtual for Mr. Song, and then we'll take questions from the panel. So Mr. Song, we can see and hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you for advancing this bill, which of course I'm favorable towards. This is a no-brainer, as most of my friends who own guns say. My heart is heavy because I'm reminded again today that my son Ethan's life was taken from him in a split second, all because an unsecured weapon in a neighbor's home. A neighbor who just didn't have the time or didn't feel compelled to do this. That's it. That's a gun safe. This is what we're talking about. When people get up and say, oh, it's such an inconvenience, my rights, I'm so infringed upon. That's what they're talking about, that they can't do that to save Jalen's life or to save Ethan's life or to save their own child's life from a suicide. My heart goes out to Jalen's family, to all of you, Jalen's mom and her whole family. You are courageous. You have our utmost respect, and I hope that someday we can meet in person. You should never have had to go through this because a gun owner couldn't just do that, basically pop their gun in and close it. Imagine a world where the guns are locked down effectively because we have laws that put some teeth into this idea and not just platitudes, where there are no more parklands, because if the guns were locked down in the parkland home, that wouldn't have happened. Sandy Hook here in Connecticut is directly a safe gun storage issue. And Ethan and Jalen would be living their lives, graduating from high school, getting married, having kids of their own. But for us, there's going to be a different reality. But at least we have a mission that we're here. You lose a child, you gain a mission. And I hope you'll vote favorably for Jalen's law, because our mission is only one thing. And I think every parent here on both sides of the aisle just wants it to keep kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Song, and thank you for sharing Ethan's story. And thank you again, Ms. Woodley, for being here once again this year. Questions for Mr. Song or from anyone on the panel, including the sponsor of the bill, Senator Sidnor.
And for the sponsor. Just some clarification just for the record with regards to your intent. We're looking at page 2, line 28. I'm wondering if that "and" is supposed to be read disjunctively or conjunctively.
So, sorry, you're on page 2, line 28. So the person who stores this. So these are the exceptions. So if you go up to line 15, it says this section does not apply if.
Right.
And so you're saying if it's.
So it says a person who stores or leaves the firearms, stores or leaves the firearm unloaded, any ammunition around, and the firearm that goes into it. I'm wondering, it's supposed to be read as a group, or each, is it should be read firearm unloaded, ammunition, or is it?
Owns and controls if suitable for a firearm in a secure location where the prohibited person is a minor, not like again. So it's a semicolon and, so.
Right, so how's that, and how are you intending us to interpret that and?
So then, like, pause, break, and then separate. The firearm is secured in a locked container that is equipped with a tamper-proof or resistant lock. So
Not as a group, not as a group.
No, these are
three
separate
things versus, right?
Correct. Semicolon.
Gotcha. Okay. On page 3, line 30, when it talks about results in harm, with Senator Carter's bill, when she was talking about harm, she was talking about death.
Yeah,
you're talking about something that could be less than death. I mean, am I correct?
That's right. Injury or death.
Okay. And I noticed the difference, whereas I think hers was a felony. Each of these, yours are misdemeanors.
That's right. I mean, then that's where you get into the reckless endangerment statute, which is, you have actually some stiffer penalties on that side of the house if you were to create that modality of charging.
And finally,
a different way.
And in that same section where you talk about resulting in harm, it lists to a prohibited person, the minor or another person. And I'm curious that the harm that we're talking about really you don't want harm to anyone, right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and now I'm going to ask the other chair, who's the sponsor of the bill. The obvious question, under Bruin, how do you justify this bill? Was there any historical analog that you can point to in 1791 which restricted how people had to maintain their guns inside their houses?
No, so these are the obvious questions that we had for the bills before us, and so we're compiling the historical analogs, and that's also why I think the reckless endangerment option is kind of a clever way. So because in that option, so right now you could have your firearm and then your clip here, right here, and that's legal right now in Maryland. But if you have an 8-year-old child close by, like here, sitting here, and I had to hear it, then you can make that argument for recklessness, and you get away from that argument of having to store it through either a trigger lock or a container. So you get rid of, it's a clever way to address both the Heller and the Bruin problems that I call them problems, but problems that have emerged in the last few years.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
did you say clip?
Sorry, yes, yeah.
Oh my gosh, Navy.
I get
guys.
out of the
Navy, man. Look,
dirt
I'm
sailor,
proud
the
of your
dirt sailor.
service, but
I'm not gonna sit here and say magazine.
it's a magazine.
Yeah.
All right.
A magazine. Let's say you have
Okay.
your Glock in a magazine. Right now, that's legal to just have it out.
Okay.
There you go.
But by that, when I'm reading this, I just want to be clear, kind of, I guess, piggybacking on what Senator Sidnor said. When you're talking about the ammunition, like having the ammunition out in and of itself is not solely an issue. Like it doesn't
Not
have to
under
be.
current law, no. I mean,
Well, in this bill, does this bill make it that if you have just ammunition sitting out, that it would be an issue?
no, it doesn't address that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I noticed that when I'm looking through it, and I'm just asking for clarification on this.
Yep.
But when I looked at, it looks like in lines on page, yes, 2, lines 3, I'm sorry, section 3, where it says child, you deleted that whole line out with the definition of what a child is.
Just
But-
minor, yeah.
But then you didn't give a definition of what a minor is.
No, that's actually yeah. I mean, look, I'm not. That's kind of more almost like a clerical thing, but it's a defined term, so that's
Okay, it's just,
just for consistency
yeah,
throughout
for
the code.
consistency. Okay.
That's less of a substantive
Yeah,
change, I would argue.
Sure, I'm just
Yeah.
making you aware of that.
No,
And
no,
then I did notice that it appears that under page 4, starting with line 10, that you are deleting all the part about the violation of this section may not be considered evidence of negligence, be considered evidence of contributory negligence, limit liability of a party or an insurer, or diminish the recovery for damages arising out of the ownership, maintenance, and operation of a firearm or ammunition. And then it continues on to say a party, witness, or lawyer may not refer to a violation of this section during the trial of a civil action that involves property damage, personal injury, or death. It was your intent to remove all that?
Yeah. So I mentioned this in the testimony. That it's kind of it doesn't really do as much as what it says, because look, this is it takes this out, but this is kind of a something that's defined through case law, through common law, and so.
Yeah,
I actually
would
sought
agree.
an attorney general's opinion on this, and I'll pass it along to you. But generally speaking, in Maryland, your criminal conviction is not going to be used on the civil side of the house to prove your culpability on the civil side of the house, right? So this takes that out, but that's something that's done through case law. And I'll read something. I'll pass this along to you.
Okay, I would
But
appreciate it.
I think this will help you. So as a result, in my view, it's that the effect of a provision in question would prevent the introduction of a civil trial of evidence of a charge, conviction, or guilty plea involving a violation of the criminal law code, whatever, With respect to convictions, this would not have much effect because Maryland is one of the few states that does not permit introduction of criminal convictions as evidence of negligence or contributory negligence in a subsequent civil trial. So
Even though the matters are related.
correct.
So the
And-
lawsuit civilly spurring from a criminal act, you're
Yeah,
saying
so-
that that's not the case? Because I don't know that that's accurate. though.
What I'm saying is removing it from the statute, it doesn't really have any material effect because it's still something that's judicial. It's something that's been done through case law.
But if it
um,
wasn't an issue, then why not leave it there?
Which
Because
is-
clearly it hasn't it.
No, this is what the Attorney General opinion is saying, but it really doesn't. And so I mentioned that. That's why I mentioned it up front in in
So-
my presentation.
So it just seems to me, and this is the rabbit hole I want to try to stay clear of, is that it seems like sometimes, and I've heard the discussion about Bruin and Heller, and, obviously I'm a huge advocate for safe gun handling, being around kids, and not having access to it to prevent these, and being responsible gun owners to prevent these terrible instances. But I get concerned when it seems like we have things that what we cannot legislate, we then try to go ahead and litigate. And it seems like we're taking this out for the idea that it opens up the opportunity to litigate these things in civil court where it's just a preponderance of evidence, where we have other measures that are, would be clearly defined in law in legislation. That's my concern.
Yeah, I just, it's more of it really has no material effect on how things are going to proceed forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I point that out and
No,
I'd
no, I
love
get
to
it.
have a further dialogue about that.
No, yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
I'll send you the Attorney General's.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll put it in the bill file.
Further
But
questions?
it's a very
for
good question.
This panel or the sponsor? All right, seeing no questions, we'll head to our second panel.
Cool.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a particular second panel or while you're coming back? Okay,
Whoever's next on the.
all right, let's go with Mr. Benjamin,
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
Ms. Hollywood,
If they want to come up.
Ms.
Okay.
Cohen.
Actually, Mr.
Sorry.
Vice Chair, sorry, my apologies. Can you call them up and then we can have.
Jalen and Addison, or Aaron and Addison, please. Now.
Okay. Let me.
They're coming.
Okay.
So, Mr. Benjamin, if you want to just head back for 1 second. Please, whoever would like to go first and whenever you're ready.
She went first last time. You go first. She's I'm so sorry. You are seeing this right now.
That's okay. I can flip a coin up here.
You're right. You two you cannot do this. That's fair now. Please just do it. Thank you.
You walk around school all day, you go to your classes, talk to your friends, teachers, whoever else. You go to school the next day and something happens at the school your siblings go to. You don't get a call or text from your parents because they don't know what has happened either, but you find out what happens on your own before they get to tell you. You find out there was a shooting at Great Mills High School and your sister was the victim. This happened on March 20th, 2018, almost 5 years ago. My sister was shot in the school. My peers and I walk around in every day, Monday through Friday. On March 22nd, 2018, my sister passed away. For almost 5 years of my life, I've had someone missing in my life, and so many other people have around the world with their family. Hi, my name is Addison Willie. I am 17 years old, and I want to help make a difference in this world. School shootings affect everyone. They affect the families, the people in the school, and people who hear about them. On a survey I conducted, one of the questions was, when you hear a school shooting has happened, how do you feel and why? One of the answers I got was depressed and grievous. Nobody deserves to go through that or have to live with the aftermath, both knowing school isn't a safe place and a reminder of what someone has lost. Another response I received was sad and angry that there isn't enough done to prevent them. People always think it won't happen or it's not going to happen again, but it did happen and it can happen again. School shootings are something that make people think going to school is unsafe. By going to school, you do not know what could happen between the years 2015 and 2018. On average, the amount of days that would go in between school shootings was 77. 77 days. That means every 77 days in schools, families, friends, and so many people were in a situation no person should ever have to be in. The longest gap was 1 year and 6 months, from April 2001 to November 2002. That was 20 years ago. Alfred University did a survey on why people think school shootings occur. The number one reasoning with 87% of people who took this survey said they want to get back at someone who hurt them. 86% of people agreed with other kids pick on them, make fun of them, or bully them. 56% of people agreed with they have mental health issues, and 18% of people agree with they are bored. We have been in the year 2023 for 52 days, and there has been 81 mass shootings. There had to at least have been 2 mass shootings every day this year, and that does not include the small ones. Change doesn't happen overnight, and it takes more than one person to make a change. By passing Jalen's law, you will be where the change starts. With students bringing guns to school, you will be where things start to change in our world. This law will start to be the reason why students can feel safer at school and parents' minds can start to be at ease while their children are at school. Why not take the few steps and start to keep guns out of children's hands and out of schools? I went to March for Our Lives in 2018, and something one person had said was, "We are done hiding. We are done being full of fear. This is the beginning of an end. From here we fight." Sadly, nothing has changed since then, and everything has only gotten worse. Enough was enough back then. We are at the point of too much. We have to be the change in the world, and we cannot wait for it just to happen. You have to be the ones that stop thinking about yourselves and start thinking about the children that have lost their lives to a gun and start the process to keep it from happening as often as it does. We have to be where change starts.
Hi, my name is Erin Willie. I'm 15 years old and I go to Great Mills High School. I'm a freshman. On March 20th, 2018, my older sister was shot at the same school that I attend now. In this school, I walk around every day in the halls that my sister was shot in, thinking about what happened that day. At the time, I was in 4th grade and I admired her so much, and now the only thing I can admire is the gravestone that we visit sometimes. You guys should pass this bill because the amount of lives it would save, it could prevent more murders from happening if the gun is safely locked up. And it could prevent suicides as well, because if a child does not have access to a gun while they are in crisis, then they're less likely to kill themselves or kill others. This bill could also prevent a bunch of accidental shootings from happening, because if it's locked up, then there's no way the child can accidentally have access to the gun and hurt someone. I want you guys to think about the amount of lives this bill could save and pass it.
Shouldn't say. Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions from the committee, your comments? No. So say thank you for I know you spent all day here and hung in here with us, and this is a really tough subject matter, and you all showed tremendous courage just being here and then just delivering fantastic testimony. So I just want to say thank you from the committee. It's really much appreciated, and it will help us. So
Thank you for
Thank
supporting
you.
this bill and bringing it forward.
thanks. Thank you. All right. We will go on to, do we hear from Miss Hollywood? Oh, here we go, Miss Hollywood and Robbie Cohen, Peter Benjamin. And you can come on up, Lisa Morris. And we'll go from there.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Morris. I've been here many times, and I might go over with my testimony, but my heart goes out to all the families that have to walk through this every single day, from Ethan's family and Jalen's family. I live in District 15. I'm a volunteer with Montgomery County Group of Maryland Chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm here in support of SB 858, Jalen's Law, and I ask for a positive report. I am a survivor of gun violence. As my own personal story illustrates, access to guns in the home has long been an issue. TAP, or Jalen's Law, as a gun safety preventative measure, is long overdue. Jalen, Ethan, we could fill up all the books up there. His death exposed fatal flaws in our existing child access prevention laws. I could have been Jalen. When I was 17 years old, a boy that I would not go out with took a rifle from his parents' home and shot at me while I was in my parents' car. This happened in front of my parents' home, 1 block away from my high school, Walt Whitman High School in Bethesda. I was not physically harmed, although the psychological impact of my experience affected me in invisible ways. The .22 caliber bullet entered the car above the back window and lodged itself in the car instead of in me. By the bullet being a few inches off, I was not injured or killed, but my life was forever changed. My life would not have been changed at the age of 17 if the rifle used against me had been securely stored as required by what we hope Jalen's law currently before you, and I would not have had to tell this story. This happened to me in a different time and place before we heard much about these kinds of violent acts, but it is not unique in what we hear about every day across our country, where we are bearing witness to a gun violence epidemic and public safety crisis of mass proportions. Sadly and horrifically, we know it can happen anywhere and at any time. I was one of the fortunate ones that I am here and can share my story with the hope that this bill will pass into law. A person, a child, is not a statistic, but a boundlessly precious being who has an entire universe of potential. I also have 3 adult children that are now starting their own families because I am here. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Walt Stryker, and members of the committee. My name is Robbie Cohen, and I live in Rockville. I'm a volunteer with the Montgomery County Group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. I am a mother, a retired Maryland Public School special education teacher, and a retired adjunct professor from a Maryland community college. As adults, we are responsible for keeping our children safe. As a teacher, I felt it was always my top priority to ensure my students' safety in school. No child should feel that they might die or be injured in school. Yet in the past several years, many students have these concerns. This is personal to me as a parent and as an educator. Reducing unauthorized access to guns is key to preventing school shootings. Research shows that 3 out of 4 school shooters obtain their firearm from the home of a parent or close relative. Data shows that children will access guns when guns are present. Over 50% of gun owners do not lock all their guns. Research supports the fact that storage laws make a difference in a variety of ways, including reducing youth suicide and reducing quote unquote harm to others, such as school shootings. It is a myth that storage devices put barriers between the gun owner and their means of defense. There are many affordable options for firearm storage that provide owners with quick access to their guns while still preventing access by children. 4.6 million children in the US, and I know you've heard this statistic a few times today, live in a home with at least one unlocked and loaded firearm. Please help to ensure that the children of Maryland do not have to die in school because we lack a strong child access prevention law. I ask that the committee issue a favorable report on SB 858, Jalen's law. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Vice Chair is not here. Committee members, I am Peter Benjamin. I live in Garrett Park in District 18. I'm a member of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. Just over a month ago, a 6-year-old child in Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News, Virginia, took a gun from his mother's closet to school and shot his teacher. Too often, We hear of a minor who takes a parent's gun to school and shoots classmates and teachers. We remember Sandy Hook. Too often, an angry minor, despondent over an ended relationship, uses a parent's gun to express their anger and loss by killing a former close friend. We remember Jalen. Too often, a depressed teen uses a parent's gun to commit suicide. We remember Sydney Iao. Too often, a young child plays with a parent's gun, not understanding that it's real and loaded, and shoots a friend by mistake. This must stop. So I support SB 858 to legislate requirements for gun and ammunition storage. I urge a favorable report on SB 858 to keep guns away from minors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and the rest of the committee. My name is Dr. Nicole Hollywood. I live in Salisbury, Maryland in District 37. I'm a volunteer with the Lower Shore Local Group of Moms Demand Action. I'm also a gun owner, survivor of gun violence, a mother, and a college professor. I support 858 because my children lost their veteran father recently to suicide, and I know that puts them at a heightened risk of completing suicide themselves. As a responsible gun owner, I also understand that it is a myth that storage devices put barriers between the gun owner and their means of defense. There are many affordable options for firearm storage that provide owners with quick access to their guns, but still preventing access by children and people at an increased risk of harming themselves or others. My family personally stores firearms unloaded, locked, and separate from ammunition. And we know that with rights come responsibilities, and secure firearm storage is integral to public safety. I ask the committee to issue a favorable report on SB 858.
All right, thank you all very much. Thanks for hanging in there with us. All right, Ms. Pelicanos and Ms. Shapiro. And Mr. Hill. And then if Mr. Algio is here.
Actually, he's not.
Excellent.
2 for 1.
Good to see you again,
Good to see you.
twice in a day.
Chair Smith, members of the committee. My name is Jen Poliukonis, and I'm the Policy and Program Director at the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. My testimony today is offered by me as an individual and does not represent the views of Johns Hopkins University. I urge the committee to support Senate Bill 858, Jalen's Law. The research is clear. Safe gun storage saves lives. Strong cap laws, similar to what is written into Jalen's Law, has been associated with lower rates of hospitalization for pediatric firearm injuries, 26% decrease in non-fatal gun injuries in minors, and lower rates of teen suicide by firearms. And it's not only the Johns Hopkins Center that supports this, but many other respected research facilities around the nation. In fact, in the RAND Corporation's recent annual review of all academic studies related to firearm policy, they concluded that cap laws reduce unintentional firearm injuries and death, homicides among youth, and the total number of suicides among youth. And I want to highlight that that last statistic refers to total suicides among youth, not just specific firearm suicides of youth. Studies have shown that cap laws have the strongest evidence supporting them. I do recommend a couple of small changes that would make the bill stronger and more equitable, particularly related to the criminal penalties and reducing those, and it's spelled out in my written testimony, and that a state agency collects data on the arrest to better understand any potential racial disparities in those. I've testified on this bill multiple times since 2019. Enacting Senate Bill 858 could have a significant impact on the numbers of youth firearm deaths and injuries, numbers that represent real children and real families. It is time to prioritize this legislation before more young people die. We know that safe gun storage laws work. and we've heard from families directly impacted like the Willies. It's time to pass this bill, and I ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro, Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. Here in support of SB 858, I do have one small amendment, which is included in my written testimony, which would be to specifically add prohibited persons, include prohibited persons pursuant to Section 4506 of the Family Law article. As the chairman indicated, there are national statistics and there are state statistics. There's an increased risk of 500% with the presence of a firearm for a lethal domestic violence situation. Just an hour ago, from 4 to 5 p.m., we memorialized the victims of domestic violence in Maryland for this past year. There were 56 individuals who lost their lives as a result of domestic violence, including children and teenagers who were bystanders who were killed as a result of that. Legislation such as SB 858 is crucial. I also wanted to point out the correlation between domestic violence and mass shootings, with more than 2/3 of mass shootings being related to domestic violence, either directly result of domestic violence or that the individual had a history of domestic violence. So ensuring that firearms are safely stored away from individuals who can access it, who have either committed domestic violence against their victim or against other people, is crucial. So for all of those reasons, we are urging a favorable report with that amendment on SB 858.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Robert Hill with the Maryland States Attorneys Association and from the Montgomery County State's Attorney's Office. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for sponsoring this important bill. And listening to the story of Jalen and Ethan and stories that we hear every day in this country, it just cries out for a bill that addresses specific behavior. And what makes legislation, in my view, successful ultimately is where it changes the behavior that we are seeking. And in this case, we're not trying to take guns away from people. What we're simply doing is trying to make them responsible gun owners using common sense. Basic premise in this bill is to keep guns locked away from minors that shouldn't have them and prohibited persons who shouldn't have them. And I think this is an excellent way to do this. Delegate Bartlett in the House, in testifying on the same or the cross file in this, talked about changing culture, and she gave an example of seatbelt laws. We want to change the culture of gun ownership such that people recognize that they need to be safe in the home with them, that their child or relative who shouldn't have that gun can't get to it. And I heard. I can't recall one from Moms Demand Action. One of the witnesses said that yes, there is a way to store your gun safely and be able to defend yourself. There are ways to do that. One final thing, Senator West brought up an issue about reckless endangerment. If I have time very briefly to speak on that, I think what he said was, and this is in the other bill, that isn't it the higher penalty that basically the offense merges into. And I just want to caution you that not necessarily. It's really the more specific offense that deals with. Can I have 2 seconds? The more specific offense. I'll give you an example. There's a case in Maryland, and I cannot remember the name of it, but it was a person who was charged with 2 counts. One was a sex offense in the 4th degree, which I believe carries, I haven't done those cases in a long time, but carries a year maximum, and was also charged with assault in the 2nd degree, which carries 10 years. The more specific behavior that it was dealing with, and it dealt with touching someone inappropriately in a sexual manner, that person was convicted of both of those charges and was given a sentence, I believe, between 5 and 10 years on the 2nd degree assault, and then the other count was the sex offense was to run concurrent. It was reversed by the Court of Special Appeals, and they said, look, under the rule of lenity, really the offense that they were specifically addressing is the sex offense in the 4th degree. So it was reversed, remanded for a sentencing. So in looking at these types of pieces of legislation. Just bear in mind, there's that out there. It's not the offense that necessarily carries the higher penalty. It's the offense that deals specifically with the act. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Actually, a question for you too. I mean, because that's why if you created another modality under the reckless endangerment statute to tag onto that specific offense,
yes,
to address some of the problems we're talking about today, then you wouldn't have that problem necessarily.
Right.
So that's the question I was going to ask you. And I also wanted to get, we all know that, and I'll just say this is more of a political statement, but it's true, like that it's easy to secure your firearms. And I personally don't agree with anyone's interpretation of Heller that if you have a trigger lock or a biometric thing that it gets in your way of defending yourself and operability. But just practically speaking, now it may be legally or constitutionally right, but it's not practical in my mind, because I think you can access your firearms practically very easily with some of these safe storage devices. But that aside, the thing we have to do in this committee is to look problems in the eye and deal with those tough questions. And so my question to you is about your interpretation of Heller and how that applies to the safe storage requirements that we are seeking to apply here. I don't even want to get into the Bruin stuff yet, but let's talk about Heller, because what's going to happen is right now you're going to have some opponents come up and they're going to quote the same quote that I quoted from during my testimony. Requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and is hence unconstitutional. That's something we have to look in the eye when we're addressing this problem. Practically speaking, I think it's farcical. But there is this whole constitutionality thing that we have to deal with. So sure. Can you help us?
Well, I'll be happy to be available to work with you on that issue. But I would just say today simply that I noticed Mr. and I can't recall his name. He testified by Zoom, and he showed us a lockbox, how that could be kept by the bedside. And let's see, you hear a noise in the night, you could quickly access that. I think one of the real problems is, I'm looking at the statute and it says a person who is, or a child who is, or a minor that is on their own in the house. I think that's the real problem that we're looking at. The parents off at work or down at the neighbor's house, and the loaded gun is sitting there in the corner, and the 3-year-old comes up and picks up the gun, and then you have a travesty.
And just to be clear, right now, the magazine has to be outside. You have to have your I'll say clip, but whatever, fine. All the gun folks are just going crazy. But the magazine is right now, literally it has to be separate. It has the weapon has to be unloaded under the current statute. But that still doesn't, it can be in here and here on your desk.
Right.
And that's the reality of what we're looking at right now.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a discussion we need to have, on the Heller and Bruin stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So now I think that concludes the in-person proponent panel. So now we'll switch to the virtual panelists who are in favor of the bill. Is Mr. Lieberman, Ms. Brooks, and Mr. Amsbaugh. Oh, sorry, that's unfavorable. Never mind. So Ms. Brooks and Mr. Lieberman. Ms. Brooks, welcome. Good to see you. You're up. You're live and ready to go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wall-Striker, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Cheryl Brooks, and I reside in Westminster, Maryland. I am in favor of SB 858. I am a parent who lost a son to suicide. My son was 30 years old at the time of his death. February 14th was the 9th anniversary. I often wonder if I would have lost him as a child or an adolescent if I had an unsecured gun in my home. Michael was never diagnosed with a mental disorder, so I would have been unaware of any suicidal ideation. With our now ever-increasing gun ownership, along with an increase in mental health issues, we as adults need to implement policies that limit easy access to lethal firearms. To children and adolescents, suicide is now the third leading cause of death for young Americans. Secure gun storage is a common sense approach to prevent these tragedies from occurring. For these reasons, along with the increase in unintentional, accidental gun injuries and death, I ask for your support in passing SB 858. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks. Mr. Lieberman, we'll hear from you now. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Walt Stryker, and members of the committee. My name is Jim Lieberman. I'm testifying today in support of SB 858 on behalf of the Critical Issues Forum, a coalition of 3 synagogues in Montgomery County. This is important legislation that addresses safe storage of firearms that may reduce accidental deaths, youth suicides, and shooting in schools. These are real issues in Maryland. There are many requirements to protect children, such as wearing seatbelts or using car safety seats. Securing firearms to protect children should be no different. 1/3 of American children live in homes with firearms, and 43% of these homes have at least one unlocked firearm. In too many school shootings, children found the guns in the home of their friends, relatives, or parents. Jalen's law sends an important message that storing lethal firearms safely is critical. This is especially important given the increased number of firearms purchased in the state of Maryland since the start of the pandemic. Many of these purchasers may not know about the best firearm storage practices. An important focus of Jalen's law is prevention by educating firearm owners about safe storage. This bill provides for the Department of Public Health Services to issue guidance on safe storage and for a broad distribution of the guidance to parents to have them have access to the vital information. We urge the committee to favorably report on SB 858. It will save lives in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lieberman and Ms. Brooks. Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you very much. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging in there with us. All right, so that will then conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch to the opposition panel, and we have Mr. Jocelyn, Mr. Pennick, Ms. Novotny, and Mr. Plout. All right, I see you back there. Come on up.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Pennick, I'm the president of Maryland Shall Issue. We rise in opposition to this bill because it is unconstitutional as drafted. As the chairman has already informed you, the bill makes it impossible to access a firearm for immediate self-defense. Taylor struck down a statute enacted by the DC government that required that the gun be disassembled or secured by a trigger lock. We're all agreed that that statute was unconstitutional, and that conclusion is reinforced in Buren, because Buren now requires the resort to a historical analog, a well-established representative historical analog, which does not exist. I've looked. So you have trying to pound a square peg into that round hole will never work. We're all in favor of gun safety. I'm an instructor. I push it, I teach it, I practice it. So what's the solution here? It's not going to be the solution imposed by banning, criminalizing, and imprisonment. That hasn't worked. I'm interested in getting people to actually do it. Senator Carter's bill, subsidize the purchase of gun safes. Excellent idea. Education to through firearms owners and any other avenue that you can think of, the last half of this bill. Excellent idea. But you're not going to be able to deprive people of their constitutional rights because it's a good idea. That option is off the table, as Heller said. So we stand ready to work with anyone who's willing to work with us to promote the education of safe storage. We agree, it's a priority. Nobody wants to have a child have access to a loaded firearm, but you cannot require a homeowner to run to get the ammo, run to get the unlocked out of a container, a firearm, and then require him to load it. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, current law requires applies only to a loaded firearm, not to an unloaded firearm. So just a correction for that. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
I think, yeah, I think it was right. I was saying the unloaded is legal right now. Like, if you have the magazine and the firearm, even if they're sitting side by side, that's under law now is legal.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so the current ban only applies to a loaded firearm. That's right.
Yes. Yeah. Unless it's stored, probably, right? Unless it's if the loaded firearm is in a safe, then that's legal.
Sure.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Katie Novotny, coming to you from District 35A, and I oppose this bill. So currently, and as was clarified during testimony from the sponsor, he does want the word "and" in there to have the three requirements of unloaded or disassembled, ammunition stored separate, and the firearm locked. We've seen multiple, on the one proponent on his video, and multiple other people have said, oh, it's so simple to just boom, open it. That's not adequate under this bill. Currently, that's adequate. None of us want, children to have access to loaded firearms. But for all these people saying, oh, it's so simple as this, how can you not do that? That's not what this bill does. This bill requires it to have these three things, and we clarified we want "and" in there. So, it's not that simple. And it also prohibits access to unloaded firearms. Currently, unloaded firearms are fine. Unloaded firearms are not a threat. They are no more dangerous than a brick, less dangerous than a kitchen knife that, we don't restrict. As Mark mentioned earlier, stole a little bit of my thunder, definitely support Senator Carter's method that she proposed last year. I believe it was Senate Bill 773 as amended that offered tax credits. I think subsidizing safe storage devices are an excellent idea. Use the carrot as opposed to the stick approach. And I think methods like that are excellent, and we should pass things like that rather than these large penalties. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Ari Plout, and I'm here on behalf of the NRA, respectfully in opposition to Senate Bill 858. We disagree with the concept of the bill, but I'm sorry, we disagree with some parts of the bill, and I'm just going to touch on a few of them. The first issue that I wanted to focus on is the exemption language on page 3. Current law states that if youth have the certificate of firearm and hunter safety, then they wouldn't require parental permission. And the parental permission, it states it's express permission, and it's a little unclear what exactly that means. Does that mean that they would have to get a parent to sign a document to allow them to go hunting? And we also believe that this would discourage youth hunting and safety training, which we don't want to discourage that. The second issue I have is the tamper resistant language. This is vague terminology. If you search for guidance on what this means, the statute is does not mention it in statute that there is terminology regards to tamper resistant. And we also believe that we could be in violation of the law even if we store firearms properly because we would have the incorrect lock. And I'll reiterate the point that was Senator West brought up earlier today and previous discussion about the reckless endangerment language. I believe this bill is duplicative because as stated before, reckless endangerment exists, but the intent of this bill would be to not allow reckless endangerment. So we think this is duplicative. And Senator Carter's idea last year, that's a good idea as well, the tax credits. And thank you for the time, and I would urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 858. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, John Jocelyn speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 858. As Senator Folden pointed out, the section 4-104E has been removed from this bill. It was not removed from the two previous versions. Now, the AG has said that it doesn't make any difference, but as I recall, this is the same AG who said that you should pass bills and he'll defend them in court of whether or not they're constitutional. So I take his view with a grain of salt. Forgive me if I do so, but not being a lawyer, I'm questioning that. It brings the definition.
I respect, I want to get this on record. I respect the opinion and I'll give you your time back, but let's just not impugn the character or let's keep it all above fray. Let's just keep it moving.
Very good, sir. I apologize. It adds prohibited person to the language, but the average citizen has no way of knowing whether a prohibited person exists or not. They can ask them, the person can lie to them. They have to take it at face value. It does provide an exception for the hunter safety certificate, which we agree with. However, the hunter safety certificate doesn't address the suicide issue. There are a number of terms in this bill that we believe are very important, and Ari mentioned some of them. Tamper resistant, unlikely, container, unlawful entry, render inoperable, authorized adult, express permission, reasonably unsupervised, secure location, and results in harm. All of these are critical to the body of this bill and its intent and enforcement. Yet these terms are left totally without definition. How is the average citizen to know whether or not they're in compliance? On the Health General article section, it does refer to providing literature and so forth by professionals, people who are expert in firearm storage. However, not on the list of distribution are we instructors. The front line who meet the citizens face to face, who teach them the law, who teach them how to handle their firearm. Yet we were left off the list. I would urge you that when you do select an authority on safe storage, that you do ask their credentials first and see that they are an instructor first and foremost. Thank you.
Yes, we do a question for the in-person. I don't think we have anyone else in person testifying in opposition, do we? Did I miss anyone? Okay. Questions for the panel? Okay. Seeing no question, thank you all very much. Thank you for hanging in there with us. All right, we have one more person testifying virtually, and that's Brent Amsball. Welcome to JPR. You're our last witness of the day. Make it good.
Great.
All right, we see you there. Welcome. You're up.
Can you hear me okay?
It's a little faint, but
Okay.
try it again.
How about now?
Oh, that's great. There you go.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. Hello, everybody. I just want to set a couple of things straight. The person at the beginning of the testimony had mentioned the Sandy Hook killer. He broke about half dozen or a dozen laws getting the firearms in the first place.
Welcome. You're up. Hey, sorry, we'll give you your time back. Sorry. If you could shut down your YouTube feed.
Yep.
Or mute it, and then good to go. We'll give you your time back. So go ahead. Take your time.
Sorry about that. I wanted to correct one thing. The person at the beginning of the testimony had mentioned the Sandy Hook killer. That person broke about half dozen to a dozen laws in the first place. None of them were a storage issue. The person that he murdered to get the guns had them stored. I want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. I think it's farcical that anyone on this committee or anyone giving testimony thinks that having a barrier between myself and a loaded firearm is not detrimental. I would urge you people to reconsider that. Basically what it comes down to is we've heard this committee say things like that pesky Heller, the pesky Bruin, the pesky Constitution. My rights don't end where your feelings begin, and we have to follow the Constitution and we have to follow the laws. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, that will end the testimony and the hearing for Senate Bill 858 and our hearings for the day. Have a good night, everyone.